everybody. Hi, hi. Okay, let me go up here into the chat and see who's here. Hey, Spins. Yes. Make sure to give the video a thumbs up. There is a poll in the chat, and the poll is a cute one. I have to say, it's a cute one. Make sure to answer the poll question. Hey, Chaloon. Hey, it's good to see you. Thank you, Spins. I appreciate that, ma'am. Look, there's Lee. He comes in with all the good food. We've missed you. We've starved to death since you've been gone. We have starved plump. Can't you tell? Thank you for the coffee, Lee. Thank you very much. By the way, I hope Lenore is doing much better. I hope so. I hope so. Hey, sweet Brenda. Hi. That's some poll choice there, number 2. Well, I mean, you know, I thought it was funny. Hey, Patricia. Hey. Aw, she says we're the bright spot of this freaking Monday. I'm telling you what, today was the Mondayest Monday ever. For me too, ma'am. I got stories. And it's barely even afternoon. Oh my goodness. Starting to. Okay, so she's starting to feel better, Lee. Is that what you mean? Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate that. You're too sweet. You're too sweet. Let me get a drink of this coffee. All right. Good. I'm glad she's feeling better, Lee. I'm glad. I don't like it when she don't feel good. Brenda said, I feel for you if you're talking about your appointment. Ugh. Yeah. So, it wasn't just the appointment. There's more. So this morning, okay, you guys know kiddo has been loving school, right? All about it. All about it. Let me move my microphone a little bit closer here. So, yeah. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Margaret. So, yeah, get both the kids ready to go, you know. I'm like, you ready to go to school today, Jolie? And she's like, yeah, let's go. All about it, right? So, I drop Eli off at school first. And then I head next door, you know, to drop her off at the drop-off, in the drop-off line at the elementary. And I just said, are you ready to have a good day today at school? And because she's, you know, just sitting back there chilling out, maxing, relaxing, you know. And she says, nope. And I said, what? And she said, no. Home. I'm like, you're going to have a really good day today. You're going to color, you're going to paint, you're going to draw, you're going to play with your friends, you're going to read a book, you're going to play at recess, you're going to have a yummy lunch. Nope. And I'm like, okay, well. And so the way that they have their drop-off line is they literally open the door because they're very, like, succinct. That's not the right word. They're very scheduled. Like, you pull up. If the kid can't get out of the car by themselves, then they get on out themselves if they can. If they can't, then they have people there to, you know, open the door, get the kiddo out, make sure they got their backpack, and then they, like, walk them into the building. It's just how they've been doing it. So, hey, Susan. No, we just got here a few minutes ago. But welcome. Hi. So anyway, whenever the person opens the door, they're like, "Hi, good morning. You ready to go?" And she said, "No." I reached back there and I was trying to get her all unbuckled, because she still sits in a like 5-point harness because she's itty bitty. But anyway, she starts crying, and he's like, "Oh, you're gonna have a good day today." And she said, "No, no." And he's exactly, Patricia. I don't want it. And I'm looking at him because then he's looking at me like, she's so excited every single day, right? Not today. And I said, "Well, can I just pull over into the parking lot, like into a parking space, and get her out and walk her up to the door myself?" And he's like, "Yeah, go ahead." So I pull into the parking space and I get out and I get her out and I put her backpack on and we start walking up to the building. Well, then one of the other gals, you know, they're very, yes, Jaloon, it's a very system. It's a very good system. Like they have it's just very, you know, systemy. Because parents are not allowed in the building. Like if I wanted to like walk her in, I can't walk her in unless I want to take her to the office, sign her in, blah blah blah. So anyway, so they have a handful of teachers who, stand out there every morning and get all the kids that are drop-offs in the building. Systematic, yes, that's the right word. Hey, Miss King. Thank you, Brenda. Yes. Good. I almost said good morning, Miss King. It's not morning. It's totally not morning. Hi, Miss King. Hey, Henny. Hi. So, I pass her off to the other gal who is literally right by the door. And Jolie starts crying again. Like crying. And she's one of those kids that okay, let me just ask you guys. Y'all know what kids do when they cry really, 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 really hard? Especially when you have a kid who's still getting over an ear infection and a head cold and all this stuff, right? Bleh. That's what she did. After she got into the building. I didn't see that happen, right? So I get back into my car and I'm like, "Oh my God, she's crying. This is the first time she's cried about not wanting to go." And I get in my van and I'm just kind of sitting there for just a second. Like I had started the van and was getting ready to leave, and my phone rings. And I look at it and it's the school. And I said, "Hello." And she says, "Is this Jolie's mom?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "We're going to need you to come get her. She just vomited." And I was like, "Okay, I'll be right there. I'm still in the parking lot." Okay. So I go, and I go to get her. And I tell the nurse, I'm like, "She didn't want to come in. I don't know why. She just decided she did not want to go today. She was fine, excited until we got to the drop off, till we got to the parking lot." And then she's like, "No, no." So then you talk about what a day. Oh my God. Patricia, that's not even the half of it. So whenever I tell her I tell the nurse, and she's like, "Well, but I said, "Is she running a fever?" And she said, "No." She said, "But there is a stomach bug going around her classroom." And I was like, okay. but I really think it's because she was crying and she still has drainage from where was sick last week. And she's still coughing a little bit, but she feels fine. Feels perfectly fine. And she's like, well, she can come back on Wednesday after she's been vomit free for 24 hours. If she's vomiting tomorrow, then it'll have to be, 24 hours after that. And I'm like, this child is not sick. She's one of those kids who will throw up if you look at her sideways. Okay? Okay. So I get her by the hand and we're walking to the van and she's like, oh, it'll be excused because blah, blah, blah. But we're walking to the van and, I'm like, well, you ready to go home? And she's like, yep, let's go. So now I'm taking bets. I'm taking bets on what's going to happen on Wednesday. I don't know. If she gets sad and starts crying on Wednesday and she throws up again, are they not going to let me send her back till Friday? And then if it happens, you know what I'm saying? Drainage can wreak havoc on a stomach. I know. But I don't know that it's necessarily just the drainage. I mean, what happens is when she starts because she's a gagger, okay? If she cries a little too hard, she'll gag. Well, if she gags more than 2 or 3 times, it's it. It's all she wrote. It's all she wrote. I mean, she's going to throw up. So, here it's only a fever. Other than that, they could care less. They take this so seriously. She's just like me. Throwing up is an art with us. Yeah. So, anyway, we get home. I, on the other hand, have a doctor's appointment at 10 o'clock this morning. So we get home. It's about 8:15, and I know I have to leave at about 9:30 to get there, make sure I get the paperwork, blah, blah, blah. So she goes to the doctor's office with me, naturally, because she's home. And she's just hamming it up all over the doctor's office. People's coming in the door, and she's like, hi. She's looking at the fish, running and playing around, talking to everybody that comes into the building. There's not a daggone thing wrong with this child. Nothing. She's ate, she's drank, she's played, she's watched TV. Now, she is in there asleep right now. She's taking her a little bit of nap. But I'm telling you, it's not because she don't feel good. It's because she got up early, 1, 2, 3 barf. Hey, Kel. Yeah, right, Brenda. But your baby. I do. I know her. And I know she's not sick. Ooh, I know, Chaloon. Ooh. She doesn't do too bad with like teeth brushing and cleaning and all that. Hey, Michelle. How are you? I'm happy to see you. Hey, Michelle. How are you, ma'am? How have you been? I'm just sitting here yammering on about the crazy day I had. But anyway, we get to the doctor, like I said, and it's just a wellness checkup visit. You are green. You were gifted a membership the other day. Yeah, you were gifted a membership the other day, Michelle. You sure were. So congratulations. So I've gained between 15 and 20 pounds since March. I've gained 15 to 20 pounds since March. I knew that. I mean, I didn't know the number because why would I want to know the number? But I have. And my blood pressure was so high. My blood pressure was high. So I have a script to go get some blood work done, and the doctor called in like a diuretic. She's going to give me a month to get back in. Well, she said in 1 month she wants me to come back in and see how my blood pressure is then. And if it's still a problem after the diuretic, then we'll discuss blood pressure medicine. So, we'll see. Yeah, I know. Well, poo. I figured my blood pressure was going to be a problem because it was already sort of a problem, but not like enough to be put on medication for it. And then this weight gain. Yeah, I know, right, Sherry? Jolie's not helping that blood pressure any. I know. I know. It didn't help. Exactly. I know. But we'll see. And then Margaret said, oh, well, you think you pee a lot now? Just wait until you start that water pill. I'm like, I know. But anyway, yeah, we'll see. And I told her that I wanted to start intermittent fasting. I've kind of played around with that before a long time ago, but I didn't really cling to it. So I'm going to try it because I'm one that doesn't typically tend to eat breakfast anyway. Or lunch, really. But I drink coffee all day. And then I'll have like a really big dinner and then junk snack through the evening up until, you know what I mean? Like I'm a junk snacker. So if I can at least do the fasting part, that'll be okay. That just means I have to have black coffee only until a certain time when I can start putting creamer in it. So, but I think I can deal with that. I mean, I did it today and I was fine. So, Chaloon, been on blood pressure meds since I was a teenager. You'll be in good company. Ugh. Patricia says same, Jenny. Ooh, same on which? What did I say that we're the same on? I don't remember who it was, Michelle, but it probably was either QB or Spins. I hate my water pill, but it's worth it. Well, she said that the water pill may be helpful in, because I do tend to, it doesn't help that I sit at the computer all day, right? But I do have, like, my ankles swell really easy and ugh. So she put me on it, and I haven't started it yet. It's in the pharmacy. I'll have to pick it up. But we'll see if that helps drop my blood pressure. And if it does, then yay. Michelle said I have a friend who has a dog named QB. Funny. Cute. Spence said, I heard my name. What did I do? She said that she asked who gifted her the membership. Michelle did. And I said it probably would have been either QB or Spence. The not eating breakfast or lunch, but drinking coffee through the day and eating a big dinner. That's the only time I have to make a meal and share it with people I like. See, that's my problem. Every once in a while, I'll go into the kitchen, to grab another cup of coffee or whatever. And I'll be like, I think I'm a little hungry. And I might make like a sandwich or grab a Debbie cake, God forbid, but that's what I do. But then I'll eat a really big dinner, and, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure something out. I got to do something with myself. Hey, Gail. Hi. Oh, thank you, Michelle. I love my glasses. I like them a lot. Thank you very much. Another bit of news today. Mickey. Wait, what? Mickey said, I usually only listen because my hands are always busy, but you are grounded, Jenny, and on a healthy diet immediately, and you literally drank black coffee. Go, Jenny. Oh. Everybody's saying, Mickey Jar. So why am I grounded? And on a healthy diet immediately. And I did drink black coffee. Mickey's my sister, Michelle. Mickey Jo is my sister, but we call her Mickey Jor just for funsies. Chaloon says, I know a lot of people look at it as a failure, but honestly, if it helps your quality of life, it's worth it. It might not have to take it forever either. What? What did I miss? What did you say? Because your blood pressure, start walking with dead people this week. By walking with dead people, she means at the cemetery up the road. Also, here's a good thing, and I have not ever, this will be the first time I think ever that I've ever said this or admitted this in a live stream. But I was a heavy cigarette smoker for a lot of years. And 1 year ago today, I stopped smoking cigarettes. Now, I do vape. And I know that is not the best option. I know that. But I did stop cigarettes cold turkey and started vaping. 1 year. Now, if you know me, I'm I was a hardcore cigarette smoker. I'm not, I lived to smoke cigarettes. It was first thing I do in the morning, last thing I do before I go to bed. I loved to smoke cigarettes. Okay. So, anyway, since and I was telling the doctor about that today. I was like, I've gained all this weight, and it's miserable, when you get to a certain weight. Like, I can tolerate being overweight. I've been overweight the vast majority of my life, but this is the biggest I've ever been. And I told her, I said, once I stopped smoking cigarettes and started only vaping, that was it. Like, my weight just went up and up and up and up and up. And she said that, which it was weird hearing her say it, from a doctor's office, but she said that vaping is a good alternative for a lot of people who can't quit smoking cigarettes. But she said it doesn't, how'd she say that? However, what she said, it doesn't replace everything. And she said, so that's why it's easy to turn to food. And that's what's happened. So, yeah, Chaloon, I was a hardcore smoker. Like a pack and a half a day. Let me go back up. You vape too, Michelle. Thanks, Brenda. Bet it was not as bad as my father was with the smoking. Brenda, right? You sound like me. If I'm going to do something, I'm going at it hard. Stopping smoking is so hard. My family are all smokers, and I've seen the effects you can have when you try quitting. It's hard. It's hard. Vaping don't save your lungs either. I know that, Mickey. I know. To make you feel better, my dad smoked 5 packs a day. Wowee. The hand-to-mouth thing, yeah. Chaloon said we can all support each other. I'm day 35 vape free, and it's hard. Oh, congratulations, Chaloon. I want to quit vaping too one of these days. But I'm not yet. Not yet. I mean, I want to be free of all of that, right? But one day at a time, sweet Jesus. All right. So, all of the things, it has taken me 33 minutes and 34 seconds to finally get out everything. My pukey kid who ain't sick. I still don't know why she didn't want to go to school. I don't know. But, let me see. Mickey quit smoking too. She says, I'd rather you vape though, of course. Every now and then I try to tell myself it's okay to smoke just one. No, it's not. Spin said, I wonder what can replace the need to smoke. I don't know. But whatever it is, we want to quit. No shame, just supportive vibes. Yes. Absolutely, Brenda. Yeah. She says, and it has to be your decision to do whatever if it is going to be successful. 100%. And the thing is when you have people like, I know I've got certain people in my life who, always say, I wish you quit smoking, blah, 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 blah. That ain't good for you. And I get that. I know that. But when people, and I know that they only say it because they love me, right? But when they say it, then makes me all the more want to smoke 10 more right in a row, Yes. Okay. A swig of coffee. But I did drink the black coffee this morning, and I did have a cup of peppermint tea. But yeah, the black coffee wasn't as bad as I thought that it would be. I read online they said to put some salt. If you have sea salt, that's better. But I didn't have any, so I just used plain old table salt. Let's put a sprinkle of it into your coffee, and it will take the bitter out. But it's also, I guess salt is like, it helps your electrolytes, right? And it wasn't like enough to, It wasn't like salt on popcorn. It was just a pinch. But I can't have the creamer in it because the whole reason for the fasting has to do with your insulin. I don't really know the mechanics behind it. I just know that it's a good thing. But anyway, Margaret says, I drink black coffee and use monk fruit sweetener in it. It's good. They've recommended the monk fruit too. And I do have some of that, so. Okay. So anyway, one thing before we get started on Sarah Boone. We're going to get into Sarah Boone. People all watching on the replay, I'm sorry for the yammering beforehand, but it is what it is, right? It's Monday. I haven't talked to you guys in a couple days, so. But the intermittent fasting part, I'm going to do I think it's 16-8, which means 16 hours fasting. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3. Yeah. 16 hours fasting, 8-hour window that you can eat in. That's the easiest. And they say to start there and then kind of narrow down your eating window. So, Mickey said, I wake up craving Debbie cakes. Well, my thing is I always want to eat something sweet right before I go to bed. And that's a bad habit, but. The monk fruit sweetener is good, but a little goes a long way. It don't have a really bad aftertaste like everything else does. But they do say that the monk fruit can still spike your blood sugar. And apparently artificial sugars all can do that. That's why they say diet pop and diet stuff isn't, it's better than the alternative, especially for diabetics, but it can still bump your insulin, your blood sugar, like up, Never apologize for doing the cafe part of the crime cafe, right? I know. Monk fruit is better than most, but my favorite is Splenda. I don't have time to worry about what people say about it. Better than sugar. I know what you mean. I know it. I know. My doctor told me that craving sweets in the middle of the night is your body's way of saying I need serotonin, and it's caused from depression. I think that's interesting. Well, that makes sense because your body's craving something that makes you happy, And I'm sure we all would get a big, giant dose of serotonin at 3 a.m. with a Debbie cake, right? Sweet stuff activates our happy hormones. So see, then why is it so bad for us? Okay. Sarah Boone. You guys, Miss King and several others in the chat have been saying here lately that we wanted to get into the body cam footage and the interrogation. So that's what we're going to do today. I've been seeing another story that I watched this past weekend about a woman named Mamta from Virginia. She is a pediatric nurse. She has a 10-month-old little baby girl, and she is missing. And her friends and family are very suspicious, are very worried. But the husband, people are side-eyeing him. But he's not been charged with anything at this point, so I don't know. But I want to talk about that this week. Have you guys heard about that? Her name is Mamta. It's spelled Mamta. And the last name, I think, is Bott, Bhott. Um, and I think that they um, are from India, if I'm not mistaken. Miss King did see that. Okay. I'm kind of like, I watched an interview with the husband, and yeah, I really want to, I think I want to talk about that this week. Patricia said I heard Vinny mention it. So sad. Brenda says, no, I have not. I'll check it out. Okay, Chaloon. Where? Wait. Margaret said, it's amazing where sugar hides. Every time I go shopping, I look at the labels for the sugar content. Salad dressing is a big one. Yeah. Michelle said, Chaloon, I like the Splenda in green and white package. Splenda Stevia. It's so good. Yeah, because it's so fake. But as a type 1, I have bigger fish to fry, so to speak, right? I know. You have to put the bigger fires out first, right? Right, Miss King. The husband never reported her missing. Her friends did. But he is saying that he did report her missing. But whenever one of the reporters like went and asked the cops, they were like, no, we haven't heard, it was weird. Uh, my grandma loved Splenda and used it for years. I remember it coming in a bottle with a weird shaped lid when I was a kid. It was liquid. Splenda back then? Splenda was around back then? I thought it was Sweet and Low, or what was, there was Sweet and Low and Equal. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to share this saccharin. Yeah. It may have been Splenda, Mickey, but I didn't think that that was around. I thought that was like, yeah. I don't. Which one of them was it? Saccharin that was the one that they said gave little mice cancer or something. Yeah, I think Mickey, you're thinking of Sweet and Low. I don't think Splenda was around back then. All right. All right, let's do this. We're going to watch this body cam. This is the very beginning body cam of, okay. So Sarah Boone calls 911. All right. And this is when the cops show up when George is dead in the apartment. Okay. So that's what this body cam footage is. Wow, Splenda was discovered in 1976. Maybe it was Splenda then that my grandma used, but I didn't think Splenda was a thing until like the 90s. All right, so we're going to get on with this, and I'm going to start it here. And if we have time afterwards, I want to watch the behavior panel, guys, because they also covered part of this and give their behavior analysis on Sarah Boone during this body cam footage. So, let's go. All right, looks like he's pulling into the apartment complex. We don't get any audio for a couple seconds because their audio doesn't usually start till after a certain amount of time. Hold on. There we go.
Hey, would you do me a favor, pull one of these spots just so we can get out of it? It's signal 7, so it's going to be turned over to you guys.
Yep.
He was last seen last night, so...
You could get all your guys out of there?
What's that?
You could get every single guy out of
Wrapping
there?
up getting info. If you got a clipboard, I'll get you all the names and stuff.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I'll say too, lots of trigger warnings. Not that we see anything, but just because language, like DV situation, she talks about, you know, all kinds of just that kind of stuff, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and throw this viewer discretion banner up across the bottom just because. I've seen it a lot too, Michelle, but I wanted to share it because I've watched it many times, but I've never like streamed it or shared it or talked about it on the channel. So I wanted to do that. But I have watched it several times too. And I feel less and less sorry for her every time I watch it. Look at those Lay's potato chips. He likes him some sour cream and onion, huh? I know, Michelle. I knew what you meant.
Who pronounced?
She did. Oh, right there.
There she is.
Did you call it? What time did you call it?
I'll get a time for it.
Hello there. Hi. You live here?
Yes.
Okay, I'll talk to you. We gotta get some information from the fire
That's
department.
the property manager. I don't know if I should go tell him really quick or just so he
We'll take
knows
care of
what's going
that.
on.
Where is he at?
He's walked that way.
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay?
Can I go? I had a cigarette lit.
I'll get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay?
I really need something to drink.
Okay,
I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter.
okay, we'll take care of you. Give me 1 second.
Trigger number 1, chips.
I got a black
Put the time that you called it.
Yeah, I put that right there.
Is that the time you called it? Okay, perfect.
Full
You can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend?
Yes, for like 3.5 years.
What happened?
He and we drank last night. We had a.
Can you pass this to the around to the FD guys? Stop. They need to sign that for sure.
They're with me, so they're not.
Oh, they're not leaving?
I
Okay.
think I'll walk around.
No. Each of them has to, because this might be a real scene. So each of them has to put their name in
Normally
it.
I just put everybody.
Yeah, you call it working.
What's going on?
So
I just got here, so fill me in.
No problem. Like,
Yeah,
he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together.
You are putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall.
We were doing a puzzle together. Hey, Elizabeth. Aw, you're sweet. You're so pretty. Hi, how are you? How are you doing? How you doing? I got my pumpkin spice. Elizabeth. And I got International Delight this time. And I thought of you because you gag at the whole thought of Coffee Mate. Cheers. Oh, Elizabeth's tired. Ma'am. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Makes a girl feel good. Thank you. Well, I know, right, Michelle? Her first words are, "We drank last night." I don't mind Coffee Mate. I like Coffee Mate, actually. But Coffee Mate didn't have the zero sugar pumpkin spice. So... And Coffee Mate is usually the only one that I can find the zero sugar peppermint mocha. As soon as I see that, I'm grabbing it. Yum. She loves International Delight. Mickey said, I used to... Well, where did it go? There it is. I used to like pumpkin, but now it grosses me out. Really? Imagine the roles were reversed. A guy did that to his girlfriend. He would be in handcuffs right now, right? Brenda's team International Delight too. You guys crack me up. I don't mind either or. But if I'm just buying my normal like French vanilla or the what's the other one? The one that's Coffee Mate and it's got the little cannolis on it. Grace literally thought that was cannoli flavored coffee creamer. And I'm like, no, it's the Italian sweet cream or whatever. It's really good too. But I usually buy both of those in Coffee Mate brand.
To make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night. Okay.
So bottle of wine.
Like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase. Okay.
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. I tried giving you CPR. The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning, when I found it.
Before you called?
Yes!
It's 1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out.
Hey, Michelle. We got 2 Michelles. You're not late, ma'am. You're never
here
late.
Before the fire department got here?
Hello and welcome.
Yes. Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay. So you were playing and who did some up in?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I fell asleep, so I don't know if he's suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what.
What kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
you didn't
that I
take
know
any
of.
medicine last night?
No.
Okay.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek.
Yay, working and lurking. I love workers
So I
and
don't know if he
lurkers.
had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So
He
how long were you
suffocated,
doing CPR
crazy
on him
pants.
prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably, you give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am
Hold on,
so
one
cotton
second,
mouth
one
right
second.
now.
Please, may I have my
Ma'am, and you-
Dr. Pepper? Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I don't know specifically what his autopsy results showed. Do you guys remember if he died from suffocation or... Like, she's sitting here saying, I don't know if he had a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. When you shove somebody in a suitcase, ma'am, Susan says no coffee mate for me either. International delight. Also, you look very pretty today. Thank you, Susan. You guys are just making my head swell up bigger and bigger and bigger. Hey, Laura. He did. Oh, he did have bruises. Yeah, he did. He did. But yeah, suffocation. And she's like, I think he would have had. Hi, Robin Lane. Hi and welcome. Cause of death was asphyxiation. Okay, there you go. I mean, I thought it was, but I wasn't like 100% positive on that, but I was pretty sure. Yeah. He told her in the video she took of him that he couldn't breathe. So she's like, I don't know if he had a heart attack or an aneurysm. Cottonmouth for Sarah from day after drunk, right? I'm glad you popped in, Robin. Hi. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, she's wanting to go in and get her Dr. Pepper, ma'am.
Can't talk to him until we get down.
Hold on, I gotta rewind that.
Just don't call him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably, give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so cottonmouth right now.
I'm so cottonmouth right now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with this, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, don't forget the cigarettes. Yeah.
I know.
Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. Just give us a second, okay?
Somebody else on that call operation.
It's on the counter.
I can't move anything from out of the house.
Thirsty, like, I'm
Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal
I
with,
need
right? Sit.
Ma'am,
I don't.
water. Just water.
I can get you some water.
She says, when the police officer says, this is probably a lot for you right now, her eyes go, like, you think? But, the eyes. So I want to know, I need to make a poll. I really need to make another poll. I'll do that here in a second. I'm going to make another poll because I have a Sarah Boone question I'm going to ask and see what you guys think. Why didn't she just bring it out with her? Brenda says, who knows? Who knows? She just thinks she just can just run amok inside her apartment when her dead boyfriend is laying in there. She's like, oh, let me just, I'll sneak in real quietly and get my Dr. Pepper and my pack of Marlboro Light special blend.
Okay? Just, I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me.
Yeah, right, Julian.
I need water.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
Now she wants water.
Okay, so you don't live here in this house?
No. I live down in Lake Renata Cove down
Lake
there.
Renata Cove. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so this dude, if you guys are not sure, anybody in the chat doesn't know, this is her ex-husband. I think his name is Brian. But this is her ex-husband. He lives like right around the corner. I think in the same complex that she does. Like in the same apartment or condo, whatever. And they share custody of their son. She actually does drink from the spigot. Stay tuned. Oh my God, Robin, really? Jeez.
So kind of tell me how you came here today, or
Well, I've been calling.
come down here because we got to talk.
He's not a little kid. I think does anybody remember? He's not like a toddler. I think he's like 8-ish, 9, 10, like between 8 and 10, I think. Brian Boone, okay. Margaret said, see, this is why I watch this channel. I learn all the things. Oh, thank you, Margaret. At the time of this, he was 6 or 7. Okay. I think her son is now 13 or 14. Miss King said I thought he was 9, or she thought he was 9. Well, he was around about in there somewhere. I just know that he wasn't like a toddler, you know. I know during the interrogation part, she's like wanting to make sure that she's home to get him from school or something, but yeah.
I've been calling since.
You've been calling your ex-wife or current wife?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Ex-wife. We've
Okay.
been divorced about a year and a half. About 11:30 is when I started calling to find out, because this is supposed to be her day. To her child.
Okay.
She's generally not very good about always doing it. She tends to drink.
They called back and said
She
she
has
was
a bit of
still
a
there,
problem
or she came back.
So I was calling to find out if she was going to be getting him or not today.
From school?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I started calling like 11:30, called every half hour or so, and then
She was back inside the
I
lobby.
finally got a hold of her
I'll
at
call back again.
12:49, which is when she told me what was going on and if I'd come over here. So I came over.
She called at 12:45.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 12:49.
12:49.
Got over here, told her she needed to call 911, get somebody over here, and then basically she said she needed to go outside, have a drink and a cigarette. I walked back out the house because I didn't really want to
Who
be
called?
in there.
Did you call or did she call?
Well, I called. She called me back when I was on my way to make sure I was coming over. But I called her
Give me
initially.
1 second, okay?
But I called her
Do
initially.
you have water in your car by any chance?
I don't think so.
Nothing?
No.
Okay.
You do got this,
No, I
Margaret.
don't.
Good
Okay,
luck,
so
ma'am.
She called, you get over here.
I called her first.
Okay.
Trying to find out if she's going to get Lucas. That's what she told me everything's going on.
You got this.
I got my stuff together, put the puppy up in his crate. When I was starting to drive over here is when she called me to make sure I was coming, and then I got over here right after
Did you
that.
go inside and see and then?
I walked inside the front. I didn't see the little front tile area.
Come on, step this way.
I saw legs. I just didn't really want to be in there around it, so I told her.
Well, just for the sake of the crime scene, I want to know if I were to find your footprint, it would be because you went this far into the house. So did you actually make entry past the threshold?
Ooh, you know, he's like, when she said footprint and she's talking about crime scene, he's like, ooh, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm just coming over here because I'm the ex-husband. I ain't got nothing to do with none of this. Surely they could have that weed whacker stop. I know, right? Of all days to mow the yard or weed eat, not today. Kel says, yay, Margaret, always rooting for you. Yay, yay, yay. I can't wait to hear. Can't wait to hear. All right. Do you guys know the kids book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie? It goes something like, if you give a mouse a cookie, he's going to want a glass of milk. If you give him the glass of milk, he's going to need a straw. And then, you know, he's going to need a napkin to wipe his mouth and blah, blah, blah. So that book is reminding me of Sarah Boone right now. If you give Sarah Boone a Dr. Pepper, she's going to want a water. And if you give her water, she's going to want a cigarette. And if you give her a cigarette, she's going to want another Dr. Pepper. I mean, you know, that's just like never enough. Never enough. I love that book too. It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites. All right. I'm sorry. I'm a gabber today.
I don't think I ever made it to the carpet. I think it was just in that, I've been over here before.
Right,
so,
right. Yeah.
But no, I don't think I stepped past that tile area.
Okay. So,
I don't think. I touched doorknob. I don't think I touched anything in the kitchen. I don't know if that really matters.
Yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much the gist of what you have. Well, sit tight for us. We're going to make a few phone calls, and then we'll go from there. Do
Okay,
you know if
that's
he
fine.
has any medical issues or...
I don't.
Okay, but you've met him before?
I've
Because...
met him before, yes,
Okay.
yes. They've got a whole fun history.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, you guys have called over there quite a few times.
For the two of them?
Yeah, he's been arrested like I think 5 times for violence against her, so.
Really? Okay, I'm not familiar with...
So
I haven't been here personally.
it's...
So they have
He's currently on parole because of it, so...
because of domestic violence with her?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, from last time. He got, whatever it's called, like retrial something or other. He had to go to a domestic violence class.
Okay.
I know he was doing it at a parole officer, stuff like that. But I mean, like, every time she'd have him arrested, the next day she was trying to get him bailed out of jail. So I don't know what it is.
Oh, she's getting water from the tap. Probably gonna pass out on us. Okay, well listen, please do me a tight.
Oh, no.
I'll make a few
Not a
phone
problem.
calls.
I mean,
Where's your kid need to be picked up?
Lakeline Elementary.
How soon though?
3 o'clock is
3
when he
o'clock,
gets out.
okay.
I normally leave out.
Let me try and get this going for you because I know you need that. Car's over here. Martinez. I'll go ahead and start making the calls. Ma'am, could you go ahead and give me his last name? Torres. Spell it for me.
Torres.
And his first name?
George, Jorge. Jorge.
J.
O-R-G-E.
His birth date?
2/13/78.
And this is the boyfriend.
Yes.
How long?
3.5 years.
Living together that whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And your last name?
Boone.
Spell it.
B-O-O-N-E.
First name?
Sarah. S-A-R-A-H.
Birth date?
10/10/77.
So, you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine,
Putting puzzles together, doing
doing
artwork.
puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine and then decided to play hide and seek.
Mhm.
So he
What
gets,
time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Forgetting that he was
So
in
you
the
guys
suitcase.
were playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right
When
where
he
it
got in
is.
it? Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought he would be funny, a little
It
joke?
was. We both were laughing about it.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep
Where did you fall asleep at?
upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning, or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
Ballpark, what time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been going through. Jobs,
Yeah, he did tell me. Some
life,
domestic
all that
stuff.
good stuff. So I just totally
So you
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About
And he
what time
gurgled,
this morning
like he
did you
gurgled.
start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because
afternoon?
I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase, and he wasn't moving, nothing was happening, so I unzipped him, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And air was coming out, and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR? You were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
All
the
right.
person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical? He doesn't take any medication?
I don't know. I don't know medical-wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Hey, Morgana.
The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had something to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay. All right. Here, I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can I
you.
have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah, go.
Hi, Detective Wab Buffet. Is it Wab Buffet or Wab Buff?
I'll do what I can to get you a cup
I
because
don't
I
know
don't
how to
want you to have
pronounce
to
the
keep doing
last
that.
name.
But maintenance didn't have the car because cancel the indication to the front door. Right to that 37 side. The motor unit on the channel.
The cups are like right there.
044 motor
Sit
unit.
right here. Don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh,
now.
I won't.
Okay?
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Now
Ma'am,
she
I
wants a
can't
cigarette.
Take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it. It's secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
I like Detective Elizabeth,
you
but
on your
hi and
feet.
welcome.
Yeah.
That's funny.
You want to talk over here?
Yeah, okay. Was it just then? Did I miss it? Let me go back. I want to watch her drink from the water hose.
You want to talk over here? Your feet.
When did she do it?
Yeah. You want to talk over here?
I'm looking. Oh, yeah, we all used to do it back in the old days, right? Oh, so I haven't rewound it far enough, Laura? Sorry, I had to jump up and take care of the kiddo real quick. That's why I turned my camera off for a couple minutes. Detective. No, you're not under arrest. We appreciate the
Okay.
DNA. We
And
just
then your
never
first
collect
name?
it
Brian,
over here.
B-R-I-A-N.
That's all.
Brian. And your date of birth?
52775.
And your child is in school right now. He's not here with you.
No. He's at school.
He's in school. How old is he?
This will be a fun one. He's 9. He's third
I
grade.
can't even start with how you would explain something like this. Okay. Sixth grade, you said?
Third grade.
Third
He's
grade.
9.
Third grade. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So sit tight for us. I'm sorry it's so hot. Maybe
okay.
the middle of that would be a good spot to stand. So we'll take it from there. I'll keep you updated.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Some of these body cams make me sick.
227.
The movement, you know? Oof.
1012 and 1332.
Want to do this now?
Oh, I don't know.
Did we get that dog by any chance?
He's sleeping under the...
Oh, poor thing. So your backyard's not fenced? Okay. Because we put him in the backyard and I guess he knew to...
I'm sorry?
Your dog, we thought the backyard was fenced.
The dogs are outside?
No. We have them contained.
One's deaf and one's blind.
Okay.
That's why I was making sure they were under the table.
Nope, that's yours. So we just stand... Wait for get the instructions on what to do next. You got some water, good, okay.
Can I please just have a cigarette? They're on the back porch.
Not right now, we can't have you go and get anything. Why don't you sit in the shade? You're okay right there? Or maybe a little closer here where the shade is?
You're still on?
Yeah. Are you?
Mhm.
Okay.
We're getting our butts handed to us.
Oh no, you're in 24 right now. What in the world?
I'm like, nobody's going up there.
I did if the
I heard
hose wasn't
silence. I
frozen
said
in
220. I was
Poland,
using
lol. I
econ and
live
go
in
up 50.
Australia now. It's the opposite.
Gonna go get
Always
me a sub.
hot.
And then I said, well, I need to go to that.
243 Delta, can I check?
Am I able? Can someone ask?
1334.
And then you said, wait a minute. My ex-husband, Bodycam, Sarah, you hear them?
We can't let you guys communicate right
I
now.
know, so last week asked for one.
You want me to get a cigarette from him and bring it to you?
That's okay.
I could probably do that.
Probably do that.
Ask for a lighter. Thank you.
No problem.
This woman is like, good grief. You want me to go ahead and
I was gonna
smoke it
have him
for you
arrange
too?
childcare.
Okay, good. For the child in school up the street. Okay.
Is my name on there yet?
And no, sir, it's not. I need to get her on there too, and him.
Yes.
Oh, Vertigo,
So they're en
Margaret?
route already,
Yeah.
probably.
Eesh. And the officers
Did anybody
run.
call?
No,
Ooh.
you want me to call?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were calling. All right, let me get homicide. All right. Okay, let's see.
Entitlement kill, right? I feel that.
Managers.
Hold on, I'm still on. Let me.
Okay.
Next thing, she's going to want her to kick her in the lungs to get her lungs started. Oh, God. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm. I don't know why the audio isn't on right here, but
It's natural. You're nervous.
I'm
You
not
have your
nervous.
anxiety. You're scared, right?
I don't know how to explain it to you.
It's okay. You don't have to.
I don't know how to. I'm just waiting for whoever, so.
I can
oh
tell
my
you
gosh, Michelle,
I'm gonna be here.
Michelle just said, I have a friend from Australia that spent the summer with me. I did too. I have a friend. I call her my sister wife, one of my sister wives. But she's from Australia, and she came to the States last summer and spent 3 months. And a big chunk of the time she spent here with me and my family. It was amazing.
Just as long as you are, like, including my. Be a while. I'm welcoming this breeze right now. It's kind of warm. All right, so just
I
bear
would
with
be
us.
sick at my stomach. I don't know that I'd be able
If
to.
you can, like, give me whatever
Drink
updates
anything
or
either,
anything that you know of,
detective.
that's just how I work, so I know, like, kind of what.
Well, let me look at my computer. See.
2011. Friendly people, right?
We already got a detective on his way. He's on the screen. Okay. No, ella quiere lavarse las manos con Honey, that's my corporal. Let me pick it up.
Yeah. So, Michelle, so is my friend, Grace. She's from Melbourne. Or Melbourne. Melbourne. Not Melbourne. I say Melbourne, but, it's Melbourne. Here's the thing. There's an R in it, but they don't pronounce the R.
Hey, Sarah.
However, if
You
she
get
says
enough
the
water?
word no, there's an R on the end of it.
No, if you want to stay seated, don't. I don't want you getting lightheaded.
No.
So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
Okay.
All right, Sarah. My name's Chelsea. My partner Scott. To my understanding, you reside here. Okay. Is it just you?
And George.
Okay.
And I have a 9-year-old. It's 50-50 with Brian, my former husband.
Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or there's 50-50?
Yeah.
Okay. So from what
Rodriguez
has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys.
12:30ish, yeah.
Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
Was your son home at the time, or
No.
okay?
no, with my
Ex.
with Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play. It was just stupid like that. Like
Sure.
we were putting puzzles together. We were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek, just being stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny and he was laughing about it too, to dip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when this afternoon.
Nice,
I got
Michelle.
up
I'll
out
have
of
to
the
check her
bed.
out.
I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop because he was being really quiet. But then I came downstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
or
awake,
this afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I just laid in the bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs and was confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I started to try to do CPR on him.
Okay.
I called you guys. Well, I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
And the person on the phone had me do the concussions continually still and count with him until you guys showed up.
Okay. And
I know, Jolene, right?
so as a part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us
Yes.
going in the house and looking at things?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside,
Do
taking
whatever you need to
photographs
do.
and
Whatever
okay.
you need to do.
Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, I'm sorry, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know, like,
Someone said it earlier.
So you guys don't normally drink, you just drink once in a while, or?
well, I'm going to say, like,
Someone said it in here earlier, and I can't remember who it was, but someone said that one bottle of wine between two people is nothing as far as getting intoxicated, right? And that's very true. Unless you're like a mouse. then okay. But two grown adult humans, one bottle of wine is not going to hammer schmammer you.
Okay, I guess normal drinking is like we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're cooking dinner. Sure. Over here, and we'll play a board game with him, and all the games right there. But I mean, it's not like
A couple of beers a day.
well, but I don't understand though. Like for the little bit that we had, like not had anything to even do with it. Like I don't know if he had a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or what happened to him. I don't know.
And were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like you, neither of you
Right.
left the apartment yesterday?
Detective, right?
We drove up to the convenience store to get cigarettes.
She keeps saying, "Oh, we drank a bottle. We drank a bottle of wine." And like detective just said, there were 2 bottles in the bin and 2 bottles in the kitchen. Hello. Yeah. And they talk about that during the interrogation. It wasn't just a bottle between the two of you. So I think she meant we both had a couple of bottles each. Each. Heck no. 1 bottle for 2 people. Right. Yeah, she had 2 bottles to herself easy. She downplayed their drinking from the start. She didn't have no Tommy Tippy for it either. No. Blacking out. Yes. Chaloon. She says she just went to sleep. No.
Okay.
But I mean, you can walk there.
Does he have any history of explaining drugs? I know he doesn't now because you said he doesn't, but
I don't know.
as far as you've ever known him, you've never seen him.
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know like a whole lot of like medical history or.
How long
like
have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point, and he had to have facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that, and then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or
Yeah,
the doctor?
both.
The surgery, I think, was at this point, what, 2 years maybe? 2.5 years? The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the
Oh my
suitcase
God,
is
Margaret,
still in
that's
there?
amazing.
Yep,
You have to tell us
Is it
what
normally
you
stored down
find.
there? Did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start putting some of the, what do you call it, donations in there. So that's why,
That's why it's out?
yes.
Okay. You guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away
And I both
laughing?
were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
Okay. But what position was he in when he went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of bent over?
Okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this was his head and then he's right here and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side.
Yes.
You
Yes.
just closed the flap and zipped it around.
Yes.
Okay.
And we were playing.
Understandably. Okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you.
I'm telling you, I don't see how some of these like these 2 investigators, I don't see how they can keep a straight. It's not funny what happened to this man. Obviously, it's disgusting. A human being is deceased. Right? What I want to know though is how do you keep a straight face when you have someone say, "Oh, we were playing," when they're grown adults saying, "Oh, we were playing hide and seek and he's in the suitcase. Like, how do you not? Like, I have no poker face. I would never make a good investigator because I would have, instead of being like, oh, okay, cool, I'll write that down, take notes, blah, blah, blah. That's how it happened. I mean, I would have guffawed, is that the right word, in her face so hard that my spit would have entered her eyeballs because I would have laughed so hard. Not at the fact that it's funny, but just at the absurdity of it all. Exactly, Michelle. Michelle said, like, heifer, what? Where's QB at? QB says that all the time. You what are you talking about right now? Oh my God. Mixtapes, right? Spins. I love mixtapes too. I used to do that all the time when I was in high school, middle school, and high school. Elizabeth said, how is she explaining the video clip she took where she was mocking him while he was in the suitcase saying couldn't breathe? She don't even know at this point that video exists. At this point. In my opinion, she didn't even remember taking the video until the police, the investigators here, this man and the woman, confront her with it when she comes to the police station. I don't think she even remembered that she did it. To be honest, that's my personal opinion, but I mean, I could be way wrong. Maybe she did, but you would think going to the police station and saying, yeah, here's my phone, there's nothing on there, and then boom, there's, oh, well, we found this video, and she's like, oh. And then that's when it turned from I was asleep to, or I went to sleep to, I think she ends up admitting that she, like, had a little bit more to drink than she did, but I don't know. Morgana says, again, how do you play hide and seek when she zipped him up and she's going to look for him? Yeah, I know, right? A nervous laugh. There's no way I could, keep a straight face. One of my mixtapes, I can still see the label, and half of it is U2 and the other half is Prince. This should be good. Ooh, nice. Expect the unexpected, I guess. I'm bad at hiding my reaction. Yeah. I mean, the things that people say, I would be like, what? I would be super... like, well, what are these words that are coming out of your mouth? Are you for real? Oh, QB is hiding out. She's scared of me, says Sherry. Right? I forgot all about the whole, about that whole thing that happened Friday. QB's good. She's good. She's good. She's just doing things today, running errands and taking care of things. Detective says, hello, other Elizabeth. Yeah, Elizabeth, the detective Buffett. I don't know how to say the last name, is an Elizabeth. Kel said she sure forgot where he was to go to get him out, Morgana, right? Not intentionally. Crime Cafe soundtrack. Right. I don't know if they did or not, if they gave her a full drug panel, but I don't think that there was, if they ever mentioned anything in her system other than alcohol or like marijuana, maybe marijuana, but I'm not even sure about that. She forgot about that video. Probably too out of it to remember. I seriously feel like she just forgot that she took it. And whenever they showed her, she was like, oh my God. And like it all came back to her, you know? It's all coming back to me now. Oh, Margaret, just let him in the door and lead him to the refrigerator and then say, okay, do what you got to do. I'm going back to the crime cafe.
You guys about his family? Like, who do I talk to about that?
We're gonna do that once we walk
You'll
through
talk
and
to me?
see. Yeah,
We're not
gonna.
going anywhere. We're going
I'm
to be here
just
for a
telling you,
while.
like,
Yeah, this is gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am
Why
afraid
is that?
for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
That's
So
why
no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification. So
they're gonna
it's
kill me.
okay.
Do they
Well,
live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going.
Margaret, Laura said to show the repairman my expert drawing. Yes. I'm printing it right now, she says. So what had happened was, Detective, yes, she feels the need to control everything.
Going to kill me. This was not intentional.
okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here. Okay.
And
When we
my
leave.
9-year-old.
Well, he's at school. He's with your husband.
I know. Well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said you made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom. Probably. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go inside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but can you guys just keep me posted
Of
so I
course.
know what's going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And don't.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question or you need to talk to us. He's standing right there. She'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right?
No.
I mean, I have all their phone numbers.
We're
if
not
you need
calling.
them.
We're not making phone calls. We're actually
Not
gonna speak to them
intentional
in
makes its
person.
first appearance,
We
right?
That'll be
are.
later
They're
on.
going to. Okay.
It'll
You'll
be
know
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
contact.
not going to be here.
Okay.
They're going to.
We had a good day.
We'll address all of that. Okay. Before
That's
we
one
leave.
thing she always
Okay.
said. Ooh, there's the neighbor. Neighbor's like, what in the name of God is going on here?
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
Yeah, right, Morgan. I'd be that neighbor. I'd be moving them blinds, looking like, ooh, what's going on over there? Ooh, they got yellow crime scene tape up, baby. What's going on? Looks like there's about 6 or 7 minutes left of this video. And then when this is done, I think I'm going to go over to the behavior panel and see their behavior analysis while they're reviewing this same body cam footage. Do you guys love the behavior panel people? I love them so much. Detect this.
They're coming out now. I'll get you
I'd
somebody.
just be
sir.
like, I'm just watering the plants and the footpath just to know what's happening.
She wants to say something. She wants to talk. I'm on. Yeah.
I gotta take my doggy out to use the potty. Laura says, I don't know about you, but if I see yellow crime tape, I immediately think red rum. Right? That's the first thing you think. Oh my gosh, somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. Somebody's dead. when you see the yellow crime tape, yeah. But if I was the neighbor, I would totally be like breaking my neck to look. Like, I'm the nosy neighbor. That's why I have a true crime channel. I'd have to go out to my car about 100 times this morning. Margaret says, I just heard the repairman say, did you know the grill cover is loose? He's going to give you away, Margaret. He's going to say, yeah, you know what? I come home the other day and my wife was laying on the floor with her arms stuck under the refrigerator. So I'm not sure, Patricia. The neighbors, so it was the lady. It was the wife. I haven't heard anything. So I'm assuming, you know, when they say no news is good news, I'm assuming everything is okay, but I'm not, you know, I haven't like called to check, but I hope everything's okay. Chaloon says, want to know a weird fact? In my province of BC, there is no law that says the owner or rental needs to disclose if there was a death or murder in the building. Really? I don't think it used to be here, but now they are cracking down a little bit more on that. Like, I saw a video earlier, I think it was from News Nation on YouTube here, that said that the people that either rented or purchased or whatever her apartment or condo, I don't know if her place is an apartment or a condo. I don't know. One place I read apartment, another place I read condo. So I don't know if they rent it or own it or what. But the people that moved in didn't know what had happened. So Detective says, I watched the behavior panel. Very experienced and great content. They are. I love those guys. That's why the landscapers kept weed eating. Oh, Lord. Everybody's going to come out of their apartments and be like, daggone, why is the yard like down to the dirt? The weed eater guys are just like weed eating all the way down to the dirt. They're like, oops, went a little bit too low. A little bit too low.
Well, we're
You don't
here,
know
so
anything though, like why or how?
Hey, Ween Baby,
So
and you're right. I
that
think
we
it
will
does
not
too.
know the answer to that because we're not doctors. So what's going to happen is he's going to go to the medical examiner's office and he'll have what's called an autopsy.
Yeah.
That'll be first
Oh,
thing
hold
tomorrow
on. I got a
morning.
phone call.
I'll
My
know a
husband's
lot,
calling. I'll be
hopefully
right
a
back.
lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I could say how, why.
So just by looking at him, like why is he purple?
Oh, that's normal when someone passes away. Lividity, you turn.
as soon as the heart stops beating, the blood starts to settle to the lowest points of the body. And then it becomes very pronounced. So that's what's called a public bleed. It happens every day.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
You have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do, okay? And we can talk about that more in length, but yeah, it's not going to be a surprise.
Real quick, and then,
But like I don't like this was totally like not intentional. Like that's what I'm scared about too. Like
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical examiner looks at it. Like she said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out to
Protocol.
the scene. Yeah, his age, no real medical history that we
I know of.
For him to have passed away, we come out and we do an investigation.
yeah.
We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office will be sending people out. This is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I just don't know what I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. the answers that you want, the answers that his family's
I
gonna
just
want.
really want to see my son. Like, I really need to see my son.
Well,
I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but
Right.
so do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
if you would, yes, please.
Does anybody else having to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here.
Yeah.
That needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're gonna take him. They're gonna take some photos, take him. But that's towards the end of it, and they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them. But we're not ready for them at this point, so we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay. So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork.
I know.
They're gonna chat with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that.
Yes, please.
So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's gonna go do some
So-
things too.
But do you guys tell his family like today or after
Yes,
tomorrow?
we have to.
It's the
By
law.
law, we have to go and make contact with the county.
Yeah.
They have to be notified.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, you'll know. I'm not gonna just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how? I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and you know. So, but like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the
That he
reason?
passed away.
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
And that we're gonna be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will be at the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Yeah. We'll give them their number. They can contact them and get it from them.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that we
They're
can't
gonna
give you
think I
definitive
killed
answers.
him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family. They have never accepted me, and I have always been really unforgiving, I'll say that, where they've never accepted me, and everybody in his family has tried to kick my ass, so especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time.
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I've got another one that's in jail.
Unless the brother that's Marines, is he local?
No. Well, he's in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. But the only way...
Your phone's inside, correct?
Yes.
Does he have a phone?
No.
He doesn't have a phone.
He used my phone.
He uses your phone.
Yeah, we
Okay,
did it
share a
together.
phone.
So, the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So, I don't think he'll have a problem with it.
Okay.
So,
Well, like I said, we're not going to leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not going to leave here with you not feeling safe, because then we're liable.
and then his ex-wife in Philadelphia,
Well, she's in Philadelphia, but yes.
there's going to be a funeral.
Right. But that you're talking like days and weeks. Talking
No,
and I'm talking right here, right now.
I know.
So let me do my investigation. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about, because we can go back and forth about what ifs like all day long.
I know, sorry.
I promise we're not going to leave here for you and you not feel safe. Okay? I promise.
What's going on?
Please. Okay. Is this... I don't even know what to tell you.
It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you, I promise, okay?
Like you said, if you need us again, just let them know.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Martina, do you need to
Yeah.
go ahead and type?
Okay.
Sit down and type and keep like eyes on. Do you have anyone in here?
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and type. You're fine. I have relief coming, so just get typed.
All right, I need to get caught back up with the comments. Let me go back up here. Michelle, I read your comment a while ago. This one, it says, our neighbor's grandson was killed while riding his bike Friday night. He was 31. Same thing happened to him at age 13, and he survived that one. Wow. that's awful. Awful. Chaloon said there was a murder right across the street from me. I recognized the building straight away. I've gotten cool furniture from there before the killing. Oof. You just never know, right? So sad. We just lost another neighbor 2 weeks ago. Oh. Kiddo's back there hacking her head off. Robin says, I found the interview with the property manager to be very interesting. Apparently, Sarah was known as Drunky the Bear around the complex. Oh, God. Yeah, she's really like, oopsie daisy. Mm-hmm. She does love her control. She don't want to let go of it. Margaret says, really? The ex-husband won't let you crash on the couch, Sarah? Gee. Hi, baby. Just like she thought she deserved internet and a phone, she's too entitled for her own good. Wonder how she got any man to be interested in her in the first place. I don't know. She talked to them long enough and wore them down. Ooh, bad storm heading in. Okay, Laura, take care. Be safe. Yeah, she had an ear infection. Started the 3rd day of school. And she was off a couple days and on antibiotics for that. And she still got, quite a runny nose and a little cough left. Right, she's not at the Ritz. I know. Okay, so now let me go over here and grab this. Share this tab. So this is here we go. This ought to be good. This is the behavior panel. There are 4 experts who are experts in behavior analysis, and they collaborate on the channel called the Behavior Panel, and they all 4 have like a little. They share their perspective of what they see, with her behavior. So it's pretty cool to watch these guys. They also have a video that I'm going to save because I plan to this week at some point share the interrogation video and then watch the behavior panel guys weigh in on their thoughts of the interrogation. So, but I want to see what they say.
Today we're going to talk about Sarah Boone, and she's in trouble for having her boyfriend in a suitcase, and then he passed away. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Yeah, quite simply, the first video is the police arriving on scene and then detectives later. The first set of...
All right, so when you hear that whistling, that's always them. Like every time they start their video, you hear that whistling. Chaloon says that poll worked out great. Look how many thumbs up. Well done, everyone. Oh, I haven't looked. Let me go see. What's it at? 26. Nice job. Nice job, you guys. Yeah, baby. All right. All right. All right. All right. Very cool. Thanks for the thumbs ups, you guys. I appreciate it. And if you're new here, I would love to invite you to subscribe to the channel, to the Crime Cafe. And if you do happen to subscribe, make sure to click that notification bell and then check all. That way you get all the notifications. And the Croupy Kiddo coughs, those are free. Those, you get those for free. Sorry. 27 for you. Okay. Well, maybe it is now. I don't know. All right, let's go.
The videos. So what we're going to see is her first reaction to law enforcement showing up.
Oh no,
There's
you're getting rain.
nothing dramatic. We don't even know what comes of her as a result of this set of videos. So that's what we got.
Them has to, because this might be a real scene. So each of them has to put their name in.
Normally I just put everybody.
28.
Yeah, you call Rich working.
What's going on?
So
I just got here, so fill me in.
No problem. Like,
Yeah,
he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together.
You are putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take the stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night.
Okay.
So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase, okay?
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. I tried giving him CPR. The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning, when I found it.
Before you called?
Yes!
It's 1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband? Or
Yes.
your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay. So you were playing and who zipped him up in?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay, you're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what
I
happened.
fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or
What
what.
kind of medical conditions? is
Every
he
time
on?
she says that, I want to just poke her eyes
None
out.
that I know of. Medicine
No,
last night?
no.
No medicine.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened.
Okay.
That's not all that happened.
What in there? Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am
Hold on,
so
one
caught
second,
mouth
one
right now.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah. So in the time that we are looking at, this is her first contact with the police. Now, one of the things that you always know is that people are not accustomed to dealing with police officers because they don't know the difference between a patrolman and a detective, and they start feeding information. The reason I have this true crime workshop thing up is that's exactly the whole approach in true crime workshop. We talk about that very difficult time for people to know the difference. So when the first cop shows up, she starts feeding information to that cop like that's the investigator. When in fact, most of the time that cop's going to try to pick up a few details and secure the area and wait for the officer in charge of the detective to come in and start asking the right questions. Immediately she starts, it sounds like a bad 911 call. She starts clearing instead of, we talk about steering versus clearing. Steering you to the solution means that I want this solved. Clearing means, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Now, does that mean that a person's guilty? Well, clearly we know she was involved with this, so she's going to try to get out of it as much as she can. When she's talking about what they were doing, there's a lot of illustrators. If I were the cop, I would say, hold on a minute. How'd somebody get in a suitcase would be my first question. But that's not what she asked. She does a great job of continuing to ask, even though it looks like something that is hard, that's almost impossible to believe that a person is in a suitcase. So when she starts to talk, then she rattles along. It was art, it was this, non-pertinent information, things that have nothing to do with a guy dying. But when she gets to the crux of the matter about getting in the suitcase, she eye blocks. And so then and she does a qualifier. She says, we decided to play hide and seek. I don't know how getting in a suitcase is hide and seek. You know where somebody's at for sure. I don't know what you'd call that. I think there's a whole lot of questions I'd want to ask if I were sitting here. You see that burp? That could be gastric distress from the stress, but it's highly likely that it's a hangover because she says, I'm cotton mouth. She talks all.
Did she burp? Did you hear that? Did you see that? I didn't see that. Now I want to go back and look. Hold on, let me. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me. Let me share this tab instead. Oh, okay. Yeah, like a belch. I saw it, said Margaret. She was gulping and burping. When she puts her hand to her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. I didn't see it. Ooh, your refrigerator is under warranty. 3 weeks left on it. Some fan became detached way up inside the thing. The guy's fixing it now, but he did say, wow, it's clean in here. Okay, I want to see her burp.
So how long were you doing? Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so cotton mouth right now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with this, sir, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm getting Lucas.
I know.
Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second.
No.
Ma'am. Ma'am.
May I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so.
Give me a rough ballpark.
Then I called him while
prior to you.
there, like, just a bottle. No. He didn't.
You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what.
What kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
You didn't
that I
take
know
any
of.
medicine?
No.
I don't know if is it right when she asks because I see her put her hand up to her mouth, but I assumed that was like her just like cuz she's nervous. I don't know. Poppy, are you okay?
No. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork.
You know, you're very out of mama's stuff back there. I hear you mucking and gomming.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was doing CPR.
What time did you start? Probably, give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so cotton mouth right now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with this, sir, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm getting Lucas.
I know.
Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. Just give us a second, okay?
Somebody else on that calibration. It's on the counter.
I can't move anything from out of the house. Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? Sit. I don't
water.
Just water. I can get you some water, okay? I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me.
I need water.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
222 Charlie, put you on it.
Okay. Let me go back to the behavior, guys.
All through this thing about how she's feeling. The crux of her story, though, is where she gets really animated. When she says, I fell asleep, and she's really animated, that's what she's trying to do, is to get that message across more than any other part of this, more than any other part. And you can see that desperation in her face and in her voice, because the story isn't working like she wanted it to. The woman's asking her questions that she was not wanting to get out. She gets emphatic. And then she does this thing where she starts to draw her hands in. Her hands start to draw up. And that's useless. When I look at somebody whose hands are doing that, I've seen it a few times in my life, in real life, and under high duress, people's hands will ball up and they'll curl up in the floor. But your hands are becoming useless to you when you are curling your fingers together. And the only way I can equate that is I don't have the tools to do this. I think I've heard Lena Sisko call it the claw of something, claw of deception or something like that. That's her words for it. So seeing a person's hands do this is an interesting one. Then she introduces this vanishing perpetrator chase. There's no vanishing perpetrator here. I think she's bringing the perpetrator to the dance early when she says, we drank a bottle of wine and that was all. She's got some residual emotion that looks good when she shows shock and fear and all that stuff. We always say truthful people show when something has happened. And I'm not going to take the rest of this. There's a whole lot of stuff in here. She tries to edit as she's speaking. She throws out those words, just individual words like puzzles, artwork. Something's going on. And then when the woman validates her story and said, you did CPR all morning? Yes. She jumps on to validate it. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you on all those points. The one thing that really stood out to me in this clip here is that the story is completely chronological. And this is a huge red flag, but there's an exception to this. If you say, walk me through everything that happened, and you tell them to be chronological, you can't call that a red flag. She was not suggested to do this. So that would be a pretty big red flag. Most stories for investigators, most stories after any huge incident will start with the incident, or that will have the center stage, not the entire lead up in the story. So the emotional spikes are usually at the beginning. And then she starts offering possible medical conditions, possible causes of death, injecting more ambiguity into the situation. And I think the story is prearranged and rehearsed, and every detail is added in there. She gets offended when she's asked when she started doing CPR. And this video clip alone would have me believing that there was deception and that I am probably talking to the suspect. If I was that officer taking those notes, I would think, just because of this one clip, I am talking to my prime suspect right here, just based on those couple of things. Scott, what do you got?
All right, this is the classic first encounter with a suspect, or the suspect with the police. The officer goes over the discovery of the body.
Chaloon, I hope that you find some handsome fella out there walking his dog too. Yeah, let us know if you see any cute guys.
And all the information she can gather at that point, all the things that Greg talked about. Everything in here is so classic. Everybody's going to cover these. So, Mark, I won't take the rest of them that everybody else has. And I'll briefly go over some of the other things. Like Greg was saying, she covers things that have nothing to do with what happened. When you get there, this is basically the 911 call, sort of, or her version of it, or another version of it. And going back to the burp where Greg talked about where she burps, we've seen that before on the guy from the Jinx. What was that guy's name?
Durst.
Oh yeah, Durst. Yeah. So I think I think you're right, Greg. It could be from a hangover. It could be from one bottle of wine. I wonder how that would happen.
Okay.
So yeah. So so I think that they could probably be that, or as she's lying, it's starting to dawn on her how much trouble she's going to be in. So her stomach may be getting upset a little bit and may start churning a little bit on her. Let's talk about blink rate just a little bit. Her blink rate, it slows down, it speeds up, it slows down, it speeds up. And there are several theories about why our blink rate speeds up. And one of the ones that I always lean toward is the Joe Navarro theory, where he talks about how it goes back to how we were animals on the Serengeti, back a long time ago. And when our limbic system pops off because something's chasing us or getting ready to chase us, we see a tiger or some animal's getting ready to get us, our heart rate jumps up, our breathing rate goes up, and we start to make sure our eyes are clean because they start getting dry because everything starts drying up as your heart beats faster, preparing all your muscles to start running. And I think and I agree with Joe when he says he thinks that's more of a like a window cleaning situation, like a windshield wiper, to make sure your eyes are clean and clear, so you'll see what all's going on around you when you start. So when you start running, you'll have a better chance of getting away. Then she explains. She goes from we were playing hide and go seek to the problem of what happened is that she fell asleep. And I'm with Greg. I don't know what kind of game you're playing where you're going to talk somebody into getting into a suitcase and then letting them zip it up. That's crazy talk. And how's that hide and seek where you know where they're hiding? There's no hiding there, and there's no seeking there except him.
Yeah, the hide and seek thing. That's something Morgana's like, but still, I don't get that. Morgana's clung to that. That's not hide and seek. But, I mean, I don't know. It's weird is what it is.
I guess seeking a way out. It's corny, but there's a lot more in there, but I'll leave some for you, Mark.
Yeah, look, so I would say pretty immediately, this is the person, this is the perpetrator. Just like you say, Chase, it's immediately apparent. However, I'm not there. What does the person who's there think? Well, I think she...
Okay, I'm just going to say it right now. There are 28 people in here. If you dig this dude's accent, put some kind of an emoji in the chat, you guys. I'm a sucker for a really good accent, and I love to listen to this guy talk.
Thinks this is the perpetrator as well, because you'll see a little moment where the interviewer pulls her hair back. There's no reason for her to pull her hair back. Her hair isn't in her eye. And she does that after the Penelope pit stop, like, yes, which is like the Penelope pit stops. Hey, help, just for the fans out there of Penelope pit stop. There's that extreme look. It's not that you're a liar if you talk like that. It's just, it's so out of baseline for her that even the interviewer reacts and pulls back, imagines pulling back her hair. She knows that this is the culprit, I think. When did you first do CPR? There's a head tilt from her on there. So I think she's judging the threat in front of her. By the way, earlier on as well, lots of indirect gestures as well. Look, this is an important thing. Somebody's died. You'd expect if you're being interviewed that you want to give really direct information rather than kind of fluffy and airy and watery information. But she's all, flowery and watery and airy over here, not direct. Then we get it's 1 o'clock right now, so there's an idea that there's no logic to this. When did you first do CPR? This morning, the head tilts. Then it's 1 o'clock right now. She says, I tried in a heightened tension. Then she composes herself as she thinks to herself, okay, I've got to get this story right now. She says, I was awake, and then there's lots of fillers, but actually ish, whatever, like. So it really goes badly for her from moment one. I think the officer attending here knows this is most likely the person involved. Oh, and then she goes for the Dr. Pepper at the end. Again, notice the way she asks for the Dr. Pepper without any of the emotion that she was trying to put forward around the issue, the death that's gone on. Very strange, very odd. We've got a live one here.
So this might be a real thing. So each of them has to put their name in it.
I just put every...
We've got a live one here. Is that what you just said?
Ready?
Yeah, you go.
Oh my God. I just got here, so fill me in.
No problem. Like,
Yeah,
he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together.
You were putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take the stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night.
Okay. Wow.
So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase, okay?
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay, okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. Mm-hmm. I tried giving him CPR. The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning, when I found him.
Before you called?
Yes!
It's 1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out. I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband? Or
Yes.
your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay. So you were playing and who zipped him up in?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay, okay. So, you're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what
I
happened.
fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or
What
what.
kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
You
that
didn't
I
take
know
any
of.
medicine
No,
last night?
no.
No medicine?
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened.
Okay, okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably, you give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in.
Wait a minute. I might have to re-listen to that because if she did she say that she had been doing CPR all morning? That she couldn't have said that because she said she didn't get up until 12:30ish. Right? What did she mean by that? Or did I must have misunderstood her face right now, right? Let me rewind that.
And I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out. I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband? Or your
Yes.
ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay. So you were playing and who zipped him up in?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay, okay. So, you're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what
I
happened.
fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or
What
what.
kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
You
that
didn't
I
take
know
any
of.
medicine
No,
last night?
no.
No medicine?
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened.
Okay, okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably, you give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am
Hold on,
so
one
caught
second,
now
one
right now.
She didn't do 911 on him. 911. She didn't do CPR on him until she called 911, and they had to basically force her to do the 911 or the God. 911 basically had to talk her into doing CPR, which, to be honest, I don't even know how she would have done CPR. Because when we were talking about this the other day, and somebody in the chat may know the answer to this, but we were talking about this the other day, okay? If rigor mortis had set up, which you know it had, when she pulled him out of that suitcase, would he not have still been I don't think she was either, Michelle. I don't think she ever did it. I think she was pretending like she was. She said she started CPR, then called her ex, and then called 911. Yeah, no CPR. We do hear, it's been so long. There was the 911 call, right? I don't think she did it either. Isn't there a 911? Is the 9? I'm just wondering if I'm mistaken this with another one. I feel like I've heard this 911 call. Okay. Michelle said yes, I've heard it. Don't they like isn't she like no, he's like purple, like she didn't want to do it and they were like just go ahead and do it anyway, and she's like counting. You can hear her counting, but I don't think she's counting. I don't think she's doing CPR. Yeah, she does keep screaming. Okay, I thought so, Michelle. Yeah, she keeps screaming that he's purple. Kel said Rigger could have let up by then. I think he was in the suitcase for 12-ish hours. So when we were talking about that a few days ago, I'm thinking QB said that even when it does let up, it's still like your body is still like isn't like limp. And with him being pretty much wadded up in a suitcase, I'm just wondering if his body would have lain flat so she could have done CPR. Anyway, do you see what I'm saying? Susan said she can't keep her story straight. Red flag. Right, detective. Detective says I have done CPR. It takes everything out of you. Right. It's not like it wears you out. That's why if you have other people there to help, people take turns. Takes 5 to 12 hours. Kel said I looked it up. It says rigor mortis is usually fully formed around 12 hours and remains for another 12 to 24 hours. So he should have been stiff. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I'm just thinking if he was on his side he would have had to have been in a fetal position in order to have fit into that suitcase. So when she gets him out, like how did she even, like I want to know, when the police got there, was he still in the suitcase? Like was the suitcase opened up and he was still just laying in it? Or had she like dumped him out of it? Because how would she have gotten him out of there? I don't know. I've got questions. Okay.
So you've had a second.
If I can find the 911, I think QB's. Hold on. Okay, thank you. I will share that 911 call here in a minute when we're done with part of this. We'll listen to that 911 call.
To kind of collect yourself, tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine,
Putting puzzles together, doing artwork.
doing puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine and then decided to play hide and seek. So he.
What time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30.
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Forgetting that he was in the
you guys
suitcase.
were playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
and at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, you know, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right where it is.
Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought it would be funny, a little joke?
It was. We both were laughing about it. And then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning? Or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
What time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been going through. Jobs.
Yeah, he did tell me.
Life, all that good stuff. So I just totally forgot.
So you began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About
and
what
gurgled,
time this morning
like
did you start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase, and he wasn't moving, nothing was happening, so I unzipped it, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And air was coming out, and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR? You were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing it.
And he's got no medical? He doesn't take any medication?
I don't know. I don't know medical-wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Okay.
The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol.
That's amazing,
but we had
detective.
a bottle of wine.
Okay. All right. Here's. I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can
you.
I have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah, go.
Denver, Signal 29, residential, audible, 1303 Island Bay Drive.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
There's where she's drinking out of the faucet.
Cancel medications for front door. Right to that first side. Motor unit.
Right, Kel? Me
cups
too.
are right there.
Oh my God, me too.
Sit right here. Don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh,
now.
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it. It's secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just cut, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet.
You want cameras?
All right, if you don't know who we are, we're the Behavior Panel. And I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language. And I created the truecrimeworkshop.com, which is the only online true crime course you can take with Greg Hartley. Mark?
I'm the only true crime markbowden.com. Help people all over the world stand out, win trust, gain credibility every time they communicate, including some of the leaders of the G7. ChaseHughes.com.
Hi, I'm Chase Hughes. I specialize in false crimes. I did 20 years.
I never understand why these guys always introduce themselves midways through their video. I don't know why they do that. I don't know.
U.S. military. I wrote the #1 best-selling book on behavior profiling, influence, and persuasion, and I teach those things to people to change their lives today. Greg?
Greg Hartley. I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior, and I spend most of my time on Wall Street, corporate America.
All right. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, lovely. So just a couple of things on this. She says she zipped it up, make you squirm a little bit, whatever it is. Make you squirm a little bit, whatever it is. So I love this phrase of whatever it is that she uses. She uses it on 12:30 as well. Came down 12:30, whatever it is. So, by the way, I think the attending officer here doing a fantastic job of getting a lot of information out of her. I'm not in this position, but if I were, I would want to get more information out of her on what do you mean, whatever it is? Not only within this act of putting somebody in a suitcase, why? why whatever it is? What more is there to that? Because clearly it isn't about making you squirm a little bit. The whatever it is suggests there's something else, something more. The whatever it is on 12:30 suggests it's not quite accurate. It isn't exactly that. So that's where I'd want to jump in on that. Whatever it is, it's indefinite, it's indirect. There's a point to jump in and go, so what exactly do you mean by that? Or what really were your intentions around this? Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, Mark, I love that, because anytime there's something we don't understand, we should clarify. And it might mean nothing to what we always say about all this stuff, guys. It might not mean a single thing, but it might. It might be the thing that unhinges the entire story. So if it's filler, filler is there for a reason. If it's something to hide something, it's there for a reason. Interesting to me, when she comes in, she's got the look of disbelief. I'm sorry, standing beside her. First of all, let's go back and talk about the law enforcement officer who's not talking to her, and look at the disbelief on his face. Look at him doing the chained elephant. That look of, he's just come out of the house. There's a guy in a suitcase, unimaginable kind of a thing. So he's just sitting there going, okay, whatever. And you see him kind of looking down to his right. There's an emotional eye accessing. Then you see her come out, and she goes to emphatic approval when you deliver her message. When she said, hide and go seek, yes, there's that emphatic again. We keep seeing her do that. Anytime you're delivering her message, she's emphatic. Now, she does mouth touching when she gets to this point. I forgot he was in the suitcase. That's comforting for some people, could be thinking, but we're going to see her pressing on her skin, on her face a lot of times. And we're going to see her that progressively rise up, not from down low, but the more apprehensive people get, often the more you'll see their shoulders rise, things get tighter and higher. You hear their voices rise. Mark, you always say when they get to that respiration, when it gets so light that their voice starts coming out from here and not below, you see all that in her as we start this whole thing. She's iterative storytelling. When she touches her mouth, it could be, oh my God, but I don't think so. I think she's telling a piece and letting it out. She has planned what she's going to say when these people show up. Now, did she talk with her former husband about that? Don't know. But she has planned what she intends to say. The interesting piece, and we all know that she would be our first suspect. We've all said that. But where is the horror or remorse in any of this? That makes you immediately go, okay, she's already planning what she's going to say. And then she says, we've had problems. She's already starting to disparage and chaff. So she's trying to say, boom. Now, this is interesting because later I could use it in an interrogation, and I would then ask her, well, maybe you guys had baggage. You wanted him to suffer or what? Whatever you're going to say. I would use that and say, yeah, maybe you didn't intend to kill him. You just wanted to torture him. You want to do this to him. You didn't want to do that. So that's a lead she's giving right now. The cool part is this detective just doesn't pay any, or this officer doesn't pay any attention. She just moves right along. Then the woman moves. Sarah moves across what I call egg protector. She crosses her primary sex organs, by that I mean her ovaries, with her arm to protect, and she touches her mouth. Those are red flags. Now, there's also the part where she is hungover, clearly. All that water, all that needs for that water, she's hungover. So there's all kinds of things going on with.
That was interesting what he just said about the ovaries and stuff. I've never heard that before.
That. Then she says, we had a bottle of wine, just like people have 2 drinks when they're pulled over for DUI. That's what I think. Scott, what do you got?
All right. This is where we sort of get a little bit more into the story, a little deeper into the story. When she answers the questions, her answers are much too fast. There should be a sense of urgency, but not like bang, not like right out of the gate like that. So that tells you that she's probably got these just moments before that. She's prepped these because she can see these questions coming, and she's making sure to get her point across about falling asleep for like the 40th time. We'll see it 1,000 more times in here. She puts her hand up to her mouth, and we do that to help calm us down. It's sort of an adapter. When we touch our lips, that sends a signal to the brain to relax. And so that's what she's doing. We see her touch, as we go through this, we'll see her touch her face, rub her mouth, rub her face, all those kinds of things. Those are the things that are going to help her calm down and get rid of that built up stress or tension. And then she's hoping to high heaven that this guy's had a stroke or a heart attack while he's in there, because she's saying, I don't know, maybe he's had a stroke or a heart attack, in other words. So she's hoping this thing has gone wrong on his end, so she doesn't get nailed for it. I don't know what they would call it at this point. I don't know if it'd be murder or manslaughter or what. She hopes she doesn't get nailed for that. My favorite part, though, is when she drinks out of the the water faucet there on the end. And she wipes her whole face and her nose off on her shoulder. I mean, we used to do that in like the 5th grade when we're out running around and stuff. So it's odd seeing an adult do that. So she must be at this point really thirsty, obviously, but in a situation where her limbic system is just on fire right now, and she's heating up and getting thirsty and in sort of a panic mode. But I think you're right, Greg. We're not seeing the emotions on her face that we see, the expressions. We're not seeing what we should be seeing on that. There's a lot missing from here. And from video 1 to here, like we've all said, it's deception. Something's up. You can see it on her. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with all of y'all. I'll just add 2 things here. The emotion that she's experiencing is all about her experience. So I think that is a cornerstone of this first police officer contact deception. She redirects to the details and quickly runs through the experience of finding him very quickly. And when you see this little increase in speed, keep in mind, it depends on who you're talking to. It's typically a desire to get something that's rehearsed out as fast as possible. It shortens the amount of time that person is experiencing stress.
Do you guys ever, like, when you hear these guys, like, analyze the behaviors, do you ever look at yourself and be like, do I do that? Because I do.
As far as I know, there's no research for this, but I think human beings are not all the same. And I hope you would at least agree with that. And that means not all are identical specimens that can be perfectly replicated in a lab, which is why some of these things are not in peer-reviewed research. We can't duplicate that stuff. So in situations like this, experience is very important. And I believe he probably got into the suitcase on his own. I do believe that. How? I have no idea. But she's calm when she's talking about that one detail. This mouth covering behavior is very common in people who've lost somebody and they're trying to make a statement, except that in this video, it's out of place in this clip. It's in all the places we would expect emotion, and there's not much emotion at all. And in most cases, you would see it during the discovery of the body and during talking about this shocking moments, more likely when we're going to see mouth covering behaviors. Here we see it all over the place, specifically in the moments that are potentially deceptive. And just for the record, she hasn't mentioned his name one time yet. She says him and he.
So you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine.
Putting puzzles together, doing artwork.
Doing puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine and then decided to play hide and seek. So he gets,
what time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like, what, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Forgetting that he was in the suitcase.
So you guys were playing the hide and go seek?
Yes.
And at some point, you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you, and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right where it is.
Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought it would be funny, a little joke?
It was. We both were laughing about it. Okay. And then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning? Or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
What time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been going through. Jobs.
Yeah, he did tell me.
Life, all that good stuff. So I just totally forgot.
So you began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About what time this morning did you start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase, and he wasn't moving, nothing was happening, so I unzipped him, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And air was coming out, and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR. You doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
All
the
right.
person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical. He doesn't take any medication.
I don't know. Like, I don't know medical wise. Like, what I know, he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Okay.
The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had something to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay. All right. Here's. I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can
you.
I have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah. Go.
Denver, signal 29, residential, audible, 1303 Island Bay Drive.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
Maintenance didn't have a proper good cancel. The indication is the front door. Straight to that first side. Team motor unit on the channel.
The cups are like right there.
044 motor
Sit right here. Don't talk to the ex-husband right now.
I won't.
Okay?
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope. All of it. It's secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, you know, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just cut, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet.
You on camera still? It's natural. You're nervous. You have your anxiety. You're scared, right?
I don't know how to explain it to you.
It's okay. You don't have to.
I don't know how to. I'm just waiting for whoever, so.
I can tell you this. I'm going to be here just as long as you are, including my... It's going to be a while. I'm welcoming this breeze right now. It's kind of warm. All right? So just bear with us.
I know.
All right?
If you could, like, give me whatever updates or anything that you know of, that's just how I work, so I know, like, kind of what...
Well, let me look at my computer, see.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
This video is just a person seeking some kind of update to her status. Nothing to do with the case, nothing to do with the discovery, nothing to do with the police. It's all about what's going to happen to me.
And I know we've talked a lot about how if you give her an inch, she's going to take a mile, right? But when is she not asking for something? She's always asking for something.
Me and people who are honest have no problem saying what's going to happen to me, what's going on with me, when can I go, when can I go home, I'm getting out of here. People who are guilty have a hard time asking that question. A, they probably don't want to know the answer, and B, they don't want to look suspicious because they feel suspicious already. That's all I got on that one.
Don't be suspicious.
Yeah, nice. Look, and I think these officers are great, by the way, in my opinion.
Right, Kel.
This guy, I think he knows he's got the perpetrator as well. Because here's what he says. He says, you're nervous, anxiety, scared, right? He doesn't say you're upset, you're distraught, you're in shock. Because, you know, if somebody had died in my home, especially somebody who I had a really, really strong relationship with, I would be upset, I would be distraught, I would be in shock, for sure. He doesn't mention any of those things because I don't think he's seeing any of those things, and I think he knows why he's not seeing any of those things. What he sees is nervousness, anxiety, and fear, scared. And he calls them out. Well, just as you were saying, Chase, she's looking for information. She wants to know, can you give me any updates?
I'm sorry.
You know, and so, yeah, he kind of calmly goes over to his car and says, yeah, I'll look on my computer, see what I can find for you.
That's
there.
tough.
Super calm. Great officer. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, she's doing a lot of adapting here. When we say adapting, it can be any kind of nervous energy release. And I often say it's a way to make the unknown known, the uncomfortable comfortable. In my years of working around prisoners, when you capture people, those things really, really roll up because now they're in a new place. They have to make themselves comfortable. Maybe playing with their nails, twirling their hair, pinching themselves, all kinds of stuff. And you're seeing that showing up in her. She's trying to make herself comfortable. She's starting what I call her intelligence collection about what's happening. Look, most of us have not been involved with the death of a loved one. And so we are, especially with a police investigation. So what's next? I think you're right, Chase. It's normal. Look, whether she's being deceptive about all the details about what happened or not, it's clear that she's admitted she's been involved. So she's asking what's next. What she isn't asking that's interesting is what's going to happen to him. Mm-hmm. What's next? When does his body get taken care of? Where does that go? And if you're really close to somebody, there's no rub, none of that. You think a lot about that person who is lying back there and something has happened to, whether you caused it or not. So it makes you then start to wonder, yeah, she's not the warmest of people about this guy. So then that gives me a reason to ask those questions later. We're building a profile of who this person is as we go into interrogation. Once you get into interrogation, things change. And remember, what she has done is identified him as not authority. She's talking to him like a guard. She's not talking to him like somebody who is collecting information. That's an interesting piece of it, because she talked to that other officer very differently. In an interrogation, we plug guards into cells who befriend our prisoners, and they give them information all the time. It's a powerful tool. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Since you guys have covered most everything, I'll talk about why she's sitting there. They're doing a great job of just letting her sit there. Here, you sit over here. We'll be back in a few minutes, and let that stuff wind up in her brain and let her bounce all that stuff around. And I'm under the impression it's not a very big brain because of the way because of her vernacular, her sentence structure, and the things she repeats. I don't think we're dealing with somebody who's super smart here. No offense to anybody and all that.
So it's funny that he says that, right? Because when he says her sentence structure and all that, I wonder what he thinks about all of these handwritten notes, letters, motions, requests, the hand-drawn advertisement she made looking for a new attorney. Wonder what he has to say about that. That's funny. There was something else he said that I wanted to mention. What was it? Hold on. I'm going to have to rewind it again, you guys. I'm the worst. Oops. Didn't mean to hit that. Hold on. There was something he said that I was going to say something, and then he popped off with that.
Most everything. I'll talk about why she's sitting.
In an interrogation, we plug guards into cells who befriend our prisoners, and they give them information all the time. It's a powerful tool. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Since you guys have covered most everything, I'll talk about why she's sitting there. They're doing a great job of just letting her sit there. Here, you sit over here. We'll be back in a few minutes, and let that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They're just letting her sit there, just sitting. They just let them sit there and stew in it, worry and think and get those juices flowing up here, right? And letting them sit and stew in it.
That stuff wind up in her brain and let her bounce all that stuff around. And I'm under the impression it's not a very big brain because of the way because of her vernacular, her sentence structure, and the things she repeats. I don't think we're dealing with somebody who's super smart here. No offense to anybody and all that, but she's not very smart. And I think we're going to see that come through a little bit later on as well in a really big way. She's talking about how she's dizzy and she's weak because she's worried. And her brain is starting to, like I was saying before, is loop up and start looping that thing. What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? What's going to happen next? She's not worried about her physical appearance, how she looks to other people. A lot of times in situations like that, you don't. But the way she's sitting and the way she's wiping her face on her chin and all those kind of things, there's something. I think something's missing here anyway, right out of the gate. With this person, it seems to me like. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist, but
sorry.
That behavior looks a little bit odd to me.
I love you.
That lack of worrying how you look to others. I know when something dramatic or traumatic happens, we don't care what we look like. That's the last thing on her mind. She's had time to sit there and think and to straighten up and at least get some composure about her. She has none. However,
she's pretty hungover too.
Yeah, that could be 90% of it. Could be that she's hungover. But again, she's not showing the right, like Mark was saying, she's not showing the emotions she should be showing. She's not showing anything. She's just, I mean, that should be there. It's just somebody sitting there on the sidewalk worried about what's going to happen to them.
She likes words, that's for sure.
It's natural. You're nervous. You have your anxiety. You're scared, right?
I don't know how to explain it to you.
It's okay. You don't have to.
I don't know how to. I'm just waiting for whoever, so.
I could tell you this. I'm going to be here just as long as you are, including my...
Margaret, the layer of the Frigidaire.
I'm welcoming this breeze right now. It's kind of warm.
I love that.
All right, so just bear with us.
I know.
All right?
If you can, like, give me whatever updates or anything that you know of, that's just how I work, so I know, like, kind of what...
Well, let me look at my computer, see.
Well, baby.
She wants to say something. She wants to talk. I'm on. Yeah.
really scared. Like,
well, we're
you don't
here,
know
so
anything though, like why or how?
So we will not know the answer to that because we're not doctors. So what's going to happen is he's going to go to the medical examiner's office and he'll have what's called an autopsy.
Yeah.
That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I could say how, why.
So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple?
Oh, that's normal when someone passes away. Lividity turn.
as soon as the heart stops beating, the blood starts to settle to the lowest points of the body. And then it becomes very pronounced. So that's just called a public flu. It happens every night.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
We
Like,
you have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do, okay? And we can talk about that more later. But yeah, it's not going to be a surprise.
Real quick, and then,
but like, I don't, like, this was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like,
we'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical examination.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because here we're going to see the difference. Now we've been talking to patrolmen or officers, whatever they call, wherever they are, and they are there to sequester the scene, to make sure nobody crosses, to make sure everything's safe, and that nothing else happens in effect. They'll collect information, but the detectives, when they show up, are going to go after information immediately. I don't know if she can tell the difference. I know she knows that there's somebody else, but I don't know that she understands that delineation. A lot of people don't, and if you're ever dealing with a crime, you'll have to pay attention to know that difference. There's a lot of nervous energy, and there should be here for her. She's doing that thing I call the egg protector, and she's face touching a lot. She should be nervous because something's just changed. She may even be biting her nail. I couldn't tell. Whether she knows her now or not now, these guys are driving everything that happens. She starts trying to collect intel. She starts asking them questions. Do you know why? That's a really dangerous game if you are the perpetrator and you are in this situation. Because if I were talking to her, elicitation immediately, I would turn around and go, what would your guess be, Sarah? Boom. I would turn it right around on her. Or I would do a provocative statement. Well, we think it's cause, boom, just to see how she responded. That's awkward. And I think it's very difficult the way they respond. When they first start to respond, the woman says that, well, we'll know a lot more tomorrow as far as him. You could easily have just said, hey, what can you do to help us out? But they don't. They start down a different path, and we'll see where that goes over time. But as she gets more apprehensive, the thing I was just telling you, she's a great example of it because all this part of her body, all of the muscles from like intercostals and up are tightening and drawing her up to the point where her hands are in front of her face and she's shrinking. She's turning into this little image of herself, not even the same person. So she's now gone from a single mouth barrier to double praying hands at her mouth, showing that she's feeling more stress and she's rising. And when that isn't enough sacred space, what I mean by sacred space is barriering and releasing nervous energy, she does both hands to her mouth. And then she does something really idiosyncratic. I'd look for this again. She does that thing where her chin boss pushes out and she puts her, like a little hamster or something, puts her hands up under her jaw. It's a really weird thing that I've not seen that in people. So it's something for her. And then the guys say, while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. They're already starting to move in the position of protector and caregiver and that. I'm not going to go over and over much more of this because there's a lot in here, but I do see her lower lip withdraw. And then I think this woman sees authority as like a kid talking to a principal. And I think if you play that right, you get something. If you play that wrong, you lose them. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, we're seeing a whole lot of fear. So if you just if you rewatch this clip with no sound and just say, are arteries and organs being protected regularly here? We're seeing a lot of that. And I think it's interesting. We hear the phrase, and I think I'm quoting this directly, like totally not intentional, like, which I thought was pretty interesting. And she's vacillating here, like Greg was saying, between the uterus and neck protection, back and forth, covering neck, covering the lower abdomen. And instead of using his name, she just becomes curious about the gurgling sound. Why? Not stressed about it, not worried about it, not traumatized by it, not shocked by it. Just wants a little science lesson there. I thought that was super strange.
And why is he purple?
This is where, if I'm the detective, I might have a prop and have like one of those little tiny digital voice recorders and say, does this belong to you or your boyfriend? Do you know who placed it in the kitchen last night? Do you know why it was left on all night? And that just plants a mind virus. I might use like maybe a punishment, or I'm sorry, not a punishment question. I might use a leading question about this voice recorder. Maybe why was this left in the kitchen? Of course, she's not going to say it's hers. And this is planting a mind virus that she could not escape from, knowing that there is some kind of recording that could exist about what happened in that room last night. Just an interesting trick, I would say. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, you preempted me there, Chase, on the fillers. Normally, I preempt you. This time, you got in there early. However, I believe, in my estimation, you missed a couple out. What I got was, but like, this was totally not intentional, like, and then another like. In my estimation, there were a couple more likes in there, which only add more spice to what you've already stated there. For me, you know, if you like the Penelope pit stop, we now have, for the English viewers, a Vicky Pollard, which is this no but yeah but no but yeah but going on. I think that's what we have here. Once we get that, that's a surefire sign that there is somebody in big trouble here, because really all you need to say, instead of but like this was totally not intentional, like, and then another like, I mean there's bits in between, but those are the fillers. All you'd need to say was this was an accident. That's all. This was an accident. But there's so many fillers and negatives in there, or double negatives, that there's a red flag up for me. And that's all I got on that one. Scott, what do you got?
I agree, Mark. I think there's a little Britain in her.
yeah, there is.
Anyway, so now she's back to looking worried, and she wants to know what the cops know. So her body language has gone back, like you guys been saying, to this protection mode. And she's covering her stomach, and she's touching her face. And I'm just going over what you guys have gone over before. But she's very still up to a point to compared to what she's been through so far. She's very still until it goes off the rail, not off the rails, but it starts getting sort of hyped up here in a couple of minutes. Then we see some more of the classic stress behaviors with the adapters, rubbing her arm, pulling on her arm, her hands covering her neck. And Greg, I've seen little children do that. She does a lot of things little kids do. So that's I don't know.
Maybe
That's the only time I've seen that is just when I just remember when I first saw it. I said, "Oh, I know a little kid that used to do that when she was a little kid." And also, when the detective is explaining how she'll have time to do the things she needs to do, she says, "Run." And I thought for sure that somebody would call it out and go, "Yeah, like she's going to run off." But I think she's probably a runner. Looking at those shorts he has on, maybe maybe she exercises, maybe she jogs or something, or runs around the neighborhood or something. But I think that's.
I don't know about any of that, about the running, but whenever he said that, when Greg said that about her being like, you know, or like, I think that to me, like Scott said, a little kid, when they're like, oh, you know what I mean? Trying to be all like scared and nervous and innocent. That's kind of what it puts me in the mind of. She does act like a toddler, 100%. 100%. She's a toddler who needs to learn how to play hide and seek. Right, Robin? Kel said, I think she's a narcissist that was emotionally stunted in her preteens and teens, and there she stays, only concerned about herself and what's going to happen to her. Yeah. I agree with that.
That's what she's talking about at that point. But she's not thinking about running off, like fleeing or anything like that. You guys covered most everything, so I'll leave it there. That's
Get
good,
man.
She wants to say something. She wants to talk. I'm on.
Well, we're
Don't
here,
know
so
anything though, like why or how?
So we will not know the answer to that because we're not doctors. So what's going to happen is he's going to go to the medical examiner's office and he'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah. That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I could say how, why.
So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple?
Oh, that's normal when someone passes away. Lividity, turn.
as soon as the heart stops beating, the blood starts to settle to the lowest points of the body. And then it just becomes very pronounced. So that's just called a public fluid. It happens every night.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Look around. You have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to
Michelle, right?
Run.
Whatever you need to do, okay? And we can talk about that more in length, but yeah, it's not going to be a surprise.
Real quick, and then, but like, I don't like this was totally like not intentional. Like that's what I'm scared about too. Like.
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical examination.
Too, like.
See, that's
We'll
scared.
have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical examination. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out to the scene. Yeah, his age, no real medical history that we know of. For him to have passed away, we come out and we do an investigation. Yeah. We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we sending people out. This is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I just don't know I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that his family's going to want.
I just really want to see my son. Like, I really need to see my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but...
Right.
So, do I just, like, sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Is anybody else having to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take some photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork. They're gonna chat with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that.
Yes, please.
So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's gonna go do it.
So.
Okay, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so it's a baseline now, this protective piece that she's doing. It comes up, it goes down, it's tucked right in. It's now almost, static for her that she's in here and here, which is, clearly she's under a lot of stress right now. But there are two big deviations from that kind of baseline of stress. One is the shoulders go up and her hands go out for, I don't know, which is this kind of thing of, what are you going to do? I don't know anything. I think.
I'm so sorry. His like, I don't know. That made me giggle. That was cute. I gotta watch that again.
Think she's a shoe. Clearly she's under a lot of stress right now. But there are two big deviations from that kind of baseline of stress. One is the shoulders go up and her hands go out for, I don't know, which is this kind of thing of, what are you going to do?
Hold on.
I don't know anything. I think there's a deviation from baseline on that because that is her strategy. That's her big tactic here is I'm going to do just I don't know stuff. We'll see because I think we got another episode that will come up next week on the interview. So we'll see whether that strategy plays out in the interrogation, the interview. But I think that's her strategy right now. I don't know, what are you going to do about it? And then there's another deviation from baseline, which maybe it's similar to the kind of hamster that you were talking there, Greg. So maybe this is idiosyncratic, but it's a little bit lower and it's kind of scurrying around stuff that goes on, a little bit of piano playing, or maybe spiders or insects. So, and it's on, is everyone here? Now, whether this is just idiosyncratic, could be, or whether it's just like, is everybody here? Can the band start? Let's start a number. Could be that, or maybe it is the metaphor in her mind of insects or spiders scurrying around, something low to earth, something a little bit malignant around us, scurrying around, that they're going to, search out in every corner and she'll be found out. I don't know which one it is. I quite like the metaphor idea for that of scurrying insects. But as Greg was saying before about that other gesture more up here, could be totally idiosyncratic. Anyway, two nice deviations from baseline there. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. I'm not going to have much to add to this thing. We're seeing pretty much the same behaviors. You're right about the change in her baseline there a little bit. She's, again, concerned with what's going to happen. Could she go see her son? All those kinds of things. But we're not seeing the correct facial expressions we should be seeing. We see some of them later on. We'll talk about that later, like Mark was talking about. But we're not seeing the horror we should be seeing for what's happened. She's seen this guy. She's after this has happened. She was part of it. All those things. So we're just not seeing what we should be seeing. We're not hearing what we should be hearing in the fashion we should be hearing it. It just sounds she's trying too hard. I don't think she knows what to do. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, what we see is her whole body is now attached at her elbows or around her torso, creating that exoskeleton for those organs. And she almost looks like a little T-Rex. She's only got arms from here down, and she's moving those arms. That's part of the reason I think you see that scurrying, Mark, is because she's not moving her elbows. They're spot welded to her body. So she'll put her hands up here. It's almost like some really stupid comic where you see these guys doing just their hands around their face. I forget which guys did something funny with that back in the 80s. They would turn their head upside down and use their hands and make those, what I'm talking about, you'll probably think of it. Mark, the one that I was expecting you to cover is all that joint protection. She's protecting those fingers and rolling them in. That's showing I've run out of ways to protect myself otherwise. So let me protect my fingers while I'm at it too. She's feeling a lot of fear in here, a lot of fear of what's coming. She also does a lot of self-grooming. And for me, I think what we see is an unsophisticated person who's hungover as part of it. So we see a lot of things that we might think are
Welcome,
abnormal, but they
welcome.
may be normal for her world. I don't know what she does for a living, don't know anything about it. She's awfully interested in the process, and all these people are coming in. I think part of that's her brain trying to get some normal, and she's asking questions about who else is coming, about the process. Not at all about him, nothing about him yet. She does throat protecting, she does those prayerful hands, and she does that exoscope. Here, I think she's just at her processor end, probably. And I don't know that she really grasps what's going on with these guys talking to her. It feels like they're being helpful, and she's trying to tell them kind of what happened. She's not keenly aware of what they do for a living, I think. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I don't have much else here, but we also see a desperation to inject more ambiguity into what's going on, and this fearful body posture the whole time. And you'll notice that the fear increases with every desire to collect data. Every single time, that's when you'll see these little spikes. In situations like this, you'll often see guilty people more concerned with two things, and these two things are so common, you can almost use them alone as a guide when you're seeing the behavior of a post-crime witness. Number one is a desire to inject doubt, ambiguity, and uncertainty. Number two is a desire to learn about the process and information known by the police. They will almost always have those in common. Innocent people are more likely to say things in cases like this that implicate their own guilt because of sincere and deeply felt guilt. Like, I killed him. I can't believe I did it. I killed him. And they're more likely to say things like that. And still, no mention of a name. Unwilling to ask if she's a suspect. Innocent people would have no problem with that. She's desperate to know what they're thinking and is unwilling to ask. Why not just ask? Innocent people don't have a problem asking, what are you going to do next? What's going to happen next? So we're not looking at a single behavior and determining a likelihood of guilt. We're watching for these groups of behaviors that we've all been talking about here that we know to look for. When that little pile of behavior starts turning into a mountain, which it is here, it becomes a lot more obvious and apparent to us what's going on. That's all I got.
Oh, Mark, that was a good pin spin, man.
Mark took that.
I've got it all. Yeah. I'm triple threat.
Yeah, apparently, obviously.
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical exam. Look at it. Like she said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out to the scene. Yeah, his age, no real medical history that we know of. For him to have passed away, we come out and we do an investigation. Yeah. We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office will be sending people out. This is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I just don't know what I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that his family's going to want.
I just really want to see my son. I really need to see my son. Well, I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but...
No.
Right. So, do I just, like, sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Is anybody else having to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take some photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I got to go do some paperwork. They're going to chat with some people, and then we're going to come back and talk to you if you're okay with that.
Yes, please.
So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's going to go do more time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's going to go do
but do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow?
We have to.
It's the law. We have to go and make contact with their family. Yeah. They have to be notified.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to...
But again, you'll know. We're not going to just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason?
Passed away.
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
And that we're going to be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will be at the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
We'll give them their number. They can contact them and get it from them.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that
They're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go there and see his family. They've never accepted me, and they've always been really unforgiving, I'll say that, where they've never accepted me, and everybody in his family has tried to kick my ass, so especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time.
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
All right, so I'm going to do something way different with this video than we've ever done before. I'm going to build a behavior profile just using one video. Then we'll test the hypothesis on the interrogation video when that one comes out. So we see opening behaviors in here, but we only see opening body behaviors when she's doing good things, when she's saying he chooses me over them. I encouraged him to talk to his family. We're seeing open behaviors. We see self-soothing behaviors at points of social discomfort, family finding out, investigation data, and how she's being perceived. That's when she's saying things like, they never accepted me. She starts rubbing her arm up and down here very gently. Finally, we see protective and fearful behaviors, which means the body is somehow protecting arteries, joints, and organs, those three things. And we see that around his family threatening her about finding out about case details, desiring more information from the detectives. So here's what the profile might say, just based on these alone. Let's look at a potential profile so far. She's socially driven. She wants to be seen as a positive force in his life, very easily scared with threats of how she might be perceived by others. This might come in handy in the interrogation room. She's going to react very positively to compliments about her taking care of other people and being a good person in general. So just from this one video, we formed a tiny little behavior profile. Let's see if it can help us out in the interrogation. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, along with the behaviors we've seen so far, she's doing two things. Number one, she's trying to figure out if they're starting to talk about this like it's a murder. With the questions she's asking, she's trying to find out if they're going, I think you're in big trouble. And it's not connecting with them because I don't think they're listening properly. But that's what she's trying to do. And number two, she's beginning to create her protection story. This thing she's going to stand behind and say, here's what actually happened. That's the story that's going to help build this protective wall against her and whatever the onslaught is that's coming toward her. And she knows it's again. She talks about how the family is going to talk negative about her, how they call her the white dragon and all kinds of stuff. She's fought with his sister and those types of things. So she's basically circling the wagons, getting ready for the big fight on this. Greg, what do you got?
I think you give her too much credit, honestly. I think what she is worried about is an ass whipping by somebody who thinks she murdered their son, brother, whatever it is. I think when she said run earlier, she was talking about run from the family because she's fearful of what's going to happen. I think she's so focused on that, Scott, I don't think she sees half of what we see. Because the only reason I say that is because she goes, you actually see shock when they said, yes, we will tell them what we know. First time we've seen shock. And for me, that's interesting because it tells me she's focused on something other than the fact these guys may arrest
Steph,
her.
I know who the thumbs down voter was, and it was an
all this body language we're seeing, we can't tell what's in her head.
Hi, Steph.
We can't tell what her intent was. We can tell she was involved. She's got all this classic symptoms we all are hearing. But what we can't tell is what's going on in her head. And then she does shock here. And then she goes to internal conversation as she listens and trying to figure out what they mean when they say we're going to tell them what we know. And then she says, they'll think I did it. And the first good question I've heard yet from these two is, why would they think that? Why would they think that? That's powerful. And there's some good baseline. You guys are all on it. She's open. She's doing this baseline when she's saying, they'll think I did it. I chose him over me, or he chose me over them. And then the barriers and all that when she talks about their family is why I don't think she understands how the gravity of the situation. I think she's more worried about what they're going to do than the fact she might spend the rest of her life in prison. Just my opinion. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so often when you're thinking about somebody's behavior, you can look into what other people have predicted about their behavior. Now, of course, that's hearsay, essentially, and it's never going to stand up in a court, or it shouldn't stand up in a court. But it is part of some of the data that you can take in as part of a bigger intelligence system. So there is a predicted pattern of behavior from the in-laws. They're going to think I've killed him. They have always said that. Well, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Now, we don't know whether that's true, that they have said that.
How would they
and we
always
don't know
say
whether
that?
it's true that their observation or their theory is right. But it's an interesting coincidence, isn't it, that these two things match up. Then she trips over, because I think you're right, I don't think she's quite intelligent enough to do this on purpose, but she trips over a couple of images there. She says that she is the belied, or she pronounces it belied, which is an interesting word to use. I think I'm correct in that she uses the word belied. The belied white
deal,
dragon.
Steph.
Well,
Good deal.
so I don't know whether she remembers doing Shakespeare's sonnet 130 at school. My mistress' eyes are nothing like the sun's, where there's the idea of the belied with false compare, the idea that you have been called something bigger and more grandiose than what you are. So it's interesting she puts forward this grandiose idea of a white dragon, because, you know, she could have said, look, they think I'm just dirt, or they think I'm just, you know, a virus or a wretch or something. But no, it's a big, grandiose white dragon. White dragon, interesting symbol as well. Usually in Chinese mythology, put right next to death, omen of death, ferocious power. In the Norse and the Saxon mythology, it's put next to Wotan, which is an oppressive power. So the white dragon is something that oppresses so much that it ends in death. So that's an interesting image that she just tripped over. If anybody is ever interested in Jungian psychology, here's potentially a good example of it just flourishing and blossoming in front of us. There we go. That's all I've got on that one.
So the Wotan clan is part of that?
No, yeah. Yes, different Wotan.
Different Wotan, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
More time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's gonna go do what
So,
he needs to do.
but do you guys tell his family, like, today or after
Yes,
tomorrow?
We have to.
It's the
By
law.
law, we have to go to make contact with the county.
Yeah.
They have to be notified.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, you'll know. We're not going to just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the
He
reason?
passed away.
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
That he died in a
We're gonna be
suitcase
waiting for the autopsy results.
while you were passed
I will
out
get the autopsy
upstairs.
in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Yeah. We'll give them their number. They can contact them and get it from them.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that
They're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family. They've never accepted me, and they've always been unforgiving, I'll say that, where they've never accepted me, and everybody in his family has started to kick my ass, so, especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time.
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased. My grandparents are deceased.
All right, now let's throw it around the room and talk about what we think we've seen so far. Let's try to wrap it up in 30 seconds or less. Mark, you want to go first?
Yeah, if she wants us to think that she is not heavily involved in this, it didn't go well from the start on this. And I think the officers who showed up right at the start, we're getting a sense of that. Let's see where the investigators take it, but not a good start, I would say. Chase, what do you think?
So I'm going to give you one nugget here. You should probably write this down because it's a good one, I think. This comes down to, does the person reasonably feel like they can predict their future? Do they know what's coming next? Guilty people are far less likely to feel like they know what's coming next, or they can predict what's going to happen in their lives the next few days. Innocent people have no problem saying, I'm going to be in bed tomorrow night, and the next night after that, and the next night after that. So a lot of that comes down to that. And we see a whole video here with a person who has their ability to predict the future has gone to zero. Greg?
Yeah, one thing we have to point out is you can be naive and believe all day that you have some control over your life, and believe that simply by saying, I didn't mean to go to sleep, you could be absolved of any involvement in the person's death. That's not how the court system works. I say all the time, interrogation is an intentional outcome desired when you go in. So you're after getting something and finishing it. So this person may feel confident, may feel like she's confident because she doesn't understand the way the court system and the way law works. Every law has elements that you have to satisfy to mean that the person has violated that rule and can be charged. And those can be very tricky. So while she has openly admitted, hey, I put him in the suitcase, I zipped it up, then I fell asleep, it's not my fault. That's not necessarily the way the courts will see it. So she may feel confident and may be in for a rude awakening. Scott, what do you got?
I think this is a great example of seeing somebody who comes into the situation with a story or their idea for a story, but they haven't had enough time to talk about it and think about it, work their way through it, knock the things out of the way that don't sound right, to verify it with themselves yet, make it sound true. And as she goes through, she starts adding these things and these fake emotions to start to look like she's really sincere about how surprised she was about she fell asleep and just can't believe that happened because she fell asleep. I think it's a great example of seeing, but somebody who's not very smart trying to almost take advantage of that. I think, I may be giving her too much credit, but I think it's a great example of seeing somebody get in there and try their hardest to find out what's going on with the cops and trying to find out if they're going to be in trouble or not as they set up this little rinky-dink story to help protect themselves. All right, fellas, I think this was another good one, and we'll see you next time.
So what do you got?
Crazy, huh? I love the behavior panel. All right, so one more thing. Hold on just a second, because we want to hear this 911 call, right? You guys want to hear the 911 call? All right, I got it right here. Share this tab. Open. All right, so we have the 911 call here. Trigger warning. Specifically because, I mean, it is a 911 call. If that kind of thing triggers you, just be aware. So let's hit the play button.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 France Court, apartment 3.
4748, what's the street name?
France, FRANTZ.
And the apartment number?
3.
Is this a police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send the line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
That's the location, Mercy.
Desk 32.
No, please don't leave.
4748 France Lane, apartment 3.
Okay, so at this point, when she said no, don't leave, she's talking to her ex-husband. He's there. She called him first, which is beyond me. I don't know why she would have done that.
France Court.
France Court.
Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, fine, okay.
It's Tealwood Park Apartments.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and
Mm-hmm.
I put him in a case and we were playing. And
Okay.
like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he has like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know if like he had like an aneurysm or like what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. Listen, we're getting help out there too. All right, okay. Okay,
now?
Okay, yeah, man, listen, we're on our way out there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the boyfriend, ma'am? 42-year-old male. All right. Okay, we're sending help out there. Sheriff's House way out there?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Listen to me. Okay. I just need to confirm this. All right. I understand. I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No. He's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me. Okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah. Okay.
But nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay. Listen to me. There's a defibrillator available. I need you to get it for me. Okay?
What is it?
You have an AED available?
No.
All right. Are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay. Lay him flat on his. Okay, ma'am. Listen. So listen. Is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And he's
Right.
purple.
Okay. All right. Listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back.
All right. So, if he's stiff, she said he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. So if he's stiff, how do you get him to lay in an angle where you can do CPR? And she said she did CPR already. So, can the ex-husband confirm that she did CPR? Like, did he see her do CPR? Right, Kel? She said, I put him in a suitcase. Steph said it's like she's ordering coffee at Starbucks. I'll tell you, Sarah thought she could persuade her ex to help either get rid of George's remains or to make up a viable story. Of course, he wasn't having it. Right? Make up a viable story. Of course, he wasn't having it. Not tearful at all. Not, what did I do? What the heck happened? Reason, blah, 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 blah. Not to date, right? But I'm just wondering, if she says she gave CPR, has the ex-husband confirmed that he saw her give CPR? Like, Oh, okay, Michelle. Have a good night. I plan to come back tomorrow and do the interrogation part of this. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to, unless something massive comes up, some other story that we've been need to talk about or whatever, then I plan to do Sarah's interrogation and the behavior panel's analysis of her interrogation. The interrogation, I think, is like upwards of 2 hours. Sorry, didn't mean to knock y'all out with my microphone. So yeah.
Back from me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows. Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right. Okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right. Okay. Listen. Okay, man. That's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him. Okay. All right. Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Baby, I'm telling you. Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay. And
Please.
See, she can't handle it. She's freaking out. That's why I do not think she did CPR before the cops got there or before she called 911. I don't think she did. And I don't think she did it afterwards either. I hope you have a great night, Michelle. Hi, hubby. Tell the Truth says no. Brian let them know he walked. Wait. No, Brian let them know he walked and right back out. He doesn't know what happened and had nothing to do with it. I don't think he did either. I think she probably called Brian and was like, oh my God, you got to get over here right now. And he just went over there. Like, what the heck? And when he saw what happened, I think he was just like, whoa. Whoa.
Okay, he just gurgled.
okay.
See?
Okay. Listen to me.
If he gurgled, which I believe he did, he probably would have gurgled when you gave him CPR the first time. Before you called 911. She lied. I'm telling you, in my opinion, allegedly, not allegedly, but, well, yeah, allegedly, she lied. In my opinion, she did not tell the truth. In my opinion, she did not perform CPR, whether before calling 911 or after calling 911. I don't believe it. Personally. And also, I don't know if there are any, what do you call it? Like emergency. I got to plug my phone in before it dies. Oh, I am knocking my microphone everywhere. Would emergency, like emergency people, paramedics, be able to tell if CPR was performed? Like, would they have noticed it on his skin, his chest, anything that CPR had been performed? You know? I don't know. I'm just wondering. I don't know. But I want to scroll this back because that scream she did, that was real. That was she got freaked out for a second. Because this is a dead body she's looking at and touching. I'm assuming she's touching it, but trapped air would have escaped the first time. Right, Steph. That's what I'm thinking. Listen to the
I need you to
scream.
get it for me, okay?
Nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay, listen to me. There's a defibrillator.
I took him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay. So he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the boyfriend, ma'am? 42-year-old male. All right. Okay, we're sending help out there. Sheriff's House way out there?
Yes, I'm sorry?
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, I just need to confirm this. All right, I understand. I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No. He's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay.
But nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay, listen to me. There's a defibrillator available. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is it?
You have an AED available?
No.
All right. Are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay. Lay him flat on his... Okay, ma'am, listen. So is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And
Right,
he's
okay.
purple.
All right, listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows. Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right, okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right, okay, listen. Okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him, okay? All right? Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Baby, I'm telling you. Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay. And?
Hear
Please. Okay, he just gurgled.
Okay. Listen to me. All right. I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Yes,
we want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, going at least twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is missing.
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please. Hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just continue pumping his chest. Count on a second count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
Do y'all really think she's doing CPR right now?
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Just don't make me count.
Right, okay, that's fine. You're doing a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast.
I mean, I'll be honest. If during the trial, if the medical examiner or whoever says, oh, yeah, we could tell by George's body that someone did try to perform CPR on him and we, assume it was Sarah. If they can say that and confirm, I would apologize. I'd be like, I'm sorry. I was wrong on that, I mean, I wouldn't apologize to her for any other thing other than that. I don't even know if I would apologize to her for that. But I can admit if I'm wrong, right? I just don't think she gave him CPR. Oh, sorry, guys. Brenda says she couldn't follow directions if they did it for her. Is that what you mean? No. She'd be out of breath if she wasn't half ASS in it. True. I don't. She's not even out of breath, right? Nope, she'd be out of breath, right? Everybody's saying the same thing. Brenda, right, yeah. Because you hear that all the time when people who give CPR, there's always that possibility that a rib would be broken or something, I wonder if she's always been crazy or if this was a decline. I think she's always had issues only because of things that I've seen on the internet. Now, whether, I don't know, but Patricia said in here the other day that she found a video and I saw it. But Patricia would have to put it in the chat again because I can't remember now. Conjeans, Conjeans, if maybe that's right. If you look that up on YouTube, there is a video of Sarah Boone on a Nickelodeon TV show. What? No offense to people with mental health issues. I'm my own kind of crazy myself. Honey, we all are. Yes, the Nickelodeon one. I don't remember what the name of it was. I watched the video, but I don't remember what the name was. Brenda said my one sarcastic comment for the day. Oh.
Snake Catalan along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Okay. Keep on pumping, man. 1,
We were playing hide
2,
and seek.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay? We were playing
Okay.
hide and seek.
Okay. All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry. This
Right,
is
okay.
horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
Yes. I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found him in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
Right, just keep on pumping his chest until they take over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
She's probably standing there drinking her Dr. Pepper and smoking her cigarette.
I am.
Okay.
Double Dare?
Open. Come in.
Think it was Double Dare?
Can I stop pumping now?
Let them take over for you, okay?
Tell other people it's horrific,
When was the
right?
last time anybody saw him? Last night. We were playing hide and seek. He hit a nerve. It's okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's been down too long. There's nothing we can do for him.
Hello, ma'am.
And so we're there, obviously.
All right.
Yeah, no, my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any kind of medical issues?
No.
No, not that I know of.
Yes,
Hello?
Sherry.
Hey, ma'am, the fire department's going to take care of you now, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
All righty. Hello, ma'am. Is still there? Hello?
Okay. Now, last but not least, I do have the video where Sarah, the video that Sarah filmed from her phone the night that he died, of him in the suitcase. As far as I know, I don't think we've ever watched that here on the channel before, but it makes sense to play it. So if that is something that also would trigger you, then I would probably exit stage right, left, center, front, back. I don't, cause it's bad. Right, Steph? Brenda said, I couldn't imagine being in her position, but innocent. Oh, God, right? Why isn't she upset? She just lost her boyfriend. I know, Susan. I mean, you would have to peel me up off the floor, right? Okay. Let me... Okay, here it is. Make it big. And then I have to share the screen with you guys. Nope. Like that. All right. So, this is their apartment. This was the night before when they were allegedly playing hide and seek. And he's inside this suitcase. And she's filming it with her cell phone, and she's taunting him. And he's begging to be let out. So definite trigger warning. Ooh, Nightbot came in just in the nick of time. 100% trigger warning. And I'm going to leave that up while we play this. Because it's hard to watch. I've watched this video several times. But, yeah, so. Legendary dragon is a powerful engine of destruction, virtually invincible. Very few have faced this awesome creature and lived to tell the tale. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
Sarah. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. Sarah. Sarah.
God.
Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real or ransom. Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this.
Sarah.
Real or ransom.
Sarah.
Can you guys understand what she's saying there? I can't understand what she's saying here. And yes, Miss King, she's very drunk. I couldn't make out what she was saying in that part.
Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Right, Miss King?
Real or ransom. Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this.
Sarah.
Real or ransom.
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel
Sarah.
like when you ching on me.
Sarah! I
Fuck
can't
you!
fucking breathe, Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
Sarah.
Shh.
So there you go. And sadly, Steph, one thing that we find out during the interrogation is that apparently that lock or the zipper sticks in one spot. Like you have to really like force it to open. You know how sometimes when you're fiddling with a suitcase and it gets stuck in one spot and you have to like really, push it or pull it to get it open or closed. Apparently, yeah, there was a problem with the zipper too. It's disgusting. So, let's go. Hold on a minute. Definitely heartbreaking, right? Steph says, didn't she try to say she thought he could get out on his own though? Yeah, she did. She said that. Yep. I think she even said she left it open enough or that it didn't close all the way or something. I don't know. But obviously he couldn't. Right? I don't know. Oh, big yard. All right, you guys. Well, I guess that is enough Sarah Boone for me for today. How about you guys? She is a lying sack. She is a lying sack. Hold on, I'm gonna hold on. Da, 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 da. Okay. I'm going to. I want to refresh this page here. Hold on. And I'm going to let this chat load real quick on this page again on my channel so that I can end the poll. And we'll have some more. I'll have a couple of polls that I want to ask tomorrow. Whenever we do the interrogation video. The interrogation is good. It's really good. Miss King, right? Not a bottle of wine. Not just a bottle between them. If he was so horrible, just break up. They apparently had a lot of issues. I've seen online where they've had police called more than once before on them for DV and junk. So, lying sack of lumpy mashed potatoes. All right. So, all right, you guys, we are ending with 34 thumbs ups. We had 42 votes. And 81% of you, hold on, let me end it. Let me end it, the poll. And the question was, did you put your DNA on that thumbs up button? And 80% of you said, yes, you now have my DNA. 16% says, oh, shoot, thanks for the reminder. And 2% say, nope, you suck. Thumbs down. Oh, that's so funny. You guys, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. It is 5:29 p.m. on the East Coast, and I'm going to go talk to my husband, fill him in on today. Fill him in on, well, the accident was QB. She sent me a text saying that she was out running around and doing errands and taking care of some things. And she said she accidentally hit the I suck. And she couldn't change it. So Sherry, don't feel bad, honey. Me and you are in the same boat. QB don't like us. I love it. That's so funny. Classic QB, right? So yeah, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna explain to the husband about kiddo at school, my little puke bucket, my blood pressure through the roof, I just got a text from QB that says, ma'am, she's listening. Hi, QB. You guys in the chat, say hi to QB. She's not in the chat, but she's lurking. So I just called you out, lurker, QB. She's hating. I know, right, Sherry? Thank you, Henny. Thank you for being here always. I hope you and Lauren had a great weekend. And tell Lauren we miss her. Everybody's saying hi, QB. But they're also, QB's like, I ain't saying hi to nobody in this chat. She's literally been gone all day. So, Kel says, person pink swaying hair, person pink swaying hair, person pink swaying hair, QB. Kel got that teal hair girl waving, right? I know. Yes, we had and will do. Thanks, Jenny. Absolutely, Henny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, you guys, I'm going to get Miss Ashley Banfield off of my screen. I can't. No. Just no. No. Let me get rid of her. All right, I'm going to go see what we're going to have for dinner. And, yeah, but we'll be back tomorrow. We will be back. And I'm sleepy. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know. Probably about... I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided on the time. Because she can't go back to school till Wednesday because of the whole pukey thing. But Eli has school. So, I don't know. Maybe playing around 9 or 10. I don't know. Something like that. But anyway. You guys have a great night, though. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the thumbs ups that you guys gave, all that DNA that you know, got all over that thumbs up button. I appreciate the new subscribers. I appreciate everybody that came in and chatted. All the new people, thanks for dropping in, and I hope you decide to stay and subscribe too. So, yeah. All right. I love you guys, and make sure to put a hashtag replay in the comment section down below if you watch this later tater, okay? All right. I'll see you guys back tomorrow. All right. Have a great night. Bye.